Hello, everyone. Come on in. Got a nice roaring campfire here just waiting for you. Make yourself comfy, because we got ourselves another fine episode of Deadlands Wayward Guns waiting for you. Now, as always, I like starting off these here sessions with an introduction of our colorful cast of characters and the players behind them, which as well, if you are curious at any point in the stream, you can just use this command, exclamation point cast, to see who is playing who. So, giving all of y'all a chance to introduce yourself, starting off alphabetically like with EpitomeOAwkward.
Let me finish chewing. Hold on.
I mean,
Get your flu shots.
Yes, actually. Hi, I'm Epitome. I play Ezra King. Please get your flu shot. It is now flu shot season. Please do it. Don't make me sad. Also, I have Daifuku and honey butter chips. I am very happy.
Excellent.
Sounds good.
Hello, Ninja and Absurd Bird. Apologies as always if I don't directly interact with chat all that much. I like to stay in the flow of things where I can. And also, as you can probably hear, my throat is as dusty as the American Midwest circa 1930. So I'm going to be going easy on myself a bit. Hello, Neri. Wonderful to meet you. Hope you enjoy yourself here, friends. Anywho, continuing on from Ezra King, our dear homosexual mad scientist with a disembodied, still living head of a husband. Carrying on from there, we next have Hemlock. Would you like to introduce yourself and the character you play?
Hello, I am Hemlock. I do a lot of shit in live 2D. And I play Parrot, who is a former contortionist with a gun.
Mm-hmm. Also, two things to note for the character. No, Parrot ain't an elf. This is a campaign where everyone's basically a human. This is just the fun age of 19th century circus folk what mutilate their bodies in artistic ways to make them more eye catching. And add a character, Hemlock is a phenomenal artist, both in terms of digital artwork as well as live 2D animation. So, if either of those bear you any interest, highly recommend checking them out. From there, we have a. Oh, my mistake. I skipped over someone. Our guest here. Last arc, we were testing out our then new player, who we'll introduce in a moment. This new arc, we're also testing out a new player, so they'll be a little quiet early on, but she's still going to put her best foot forward, I'm sure. Hazel, would you like to introduce yourself? And obviously, we haven't been introduced to your character yet, but if there's anything you would like to tease and tantalize the audience with in regards to what kind of person they are, you're welcome to it.
Yes, I am. So I'm Hazel Dust. You might see me around to chat a lot. I'm one of B's moderators and good friend of the stream. I am playing a how do I put this? Bard, but less horny. So if that piques your interest in the way that this game plays, look forward to them.
It should be noted that this is a game that don't really have the traditional like D&D style class structure.
Oh,
Oh no,
Or
don't worry. I'm just saying that. So like
Oh,
it's
and I
interesting
just hope
how
you.
it's interesting how it does come together. I hope you all enjoy it.
Yeah, and the last thing is, I hope you like sweets.
Hmm. If we do not hear some like Studio Ghibli ass food porn descriptions of some of the sweets that she is eating, I am gonna be very cross with you, friends. Anywho, continuing right on down the line, Tyrus, who are you? What are you up to? And what's your character you're gonna be playing?
I'm Tyrus, friend of the stream, and of course, B. Play Scarlet, the widowed wife of a supernatural investigator seeking revenge. But perhaps not all she's presenting herself as.
Yep,
That's about the long and short of it.
yep, that's certainly a way to describe it. And last but far from least, my good friend Obsidia, would you care to regale the viewers with who you are and who you're playing?
Hey everyone, I'm Obsidia. I am starting up a D&D campaign soon, with B in it as one of the characters. So you guys should definitely go to my YouTube and you can watch her origin session for her character as well as the other three characters called Nexus Forlorn Legacy. And it should start up next Monday, so it should be very exciting, and I'm very excited to run it. I play Zenevia Morgana everyone's favorite inbred sorceress with a touch of the eccentric.
I mean, we've, as an audience, only been introduced to one other member of your family, none of whom are blood mages. And you were the only character who interacted with her, so yeah, that is all factually correct. No matter how they feel about you, you are still technically by default their favorite.
Hell yeah.
And I am Beatrix Bunny. I'm a variety streamer here. Although, if you're watching this, you kind of already found me, didn't you? I hope you enjoy RPGs of the tabletop persuasion, because I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that I'll be doing a lot of those, including, of course, Forlorn Legacy, which y'all can look forward to. Can you believe it? Next week. But I'm going to be the marshal of our little tale, meaning I'm the one who plays everyone who ain't one of these fine folks, and sometimes one of these fine folks if and they get possessed again. But we'll see what happens. All right. So, with all that taken into consideration and account, let's get right back into the story. In our previous session, we concluded the adventure of the printer's devil, aka the devil in the details, a demonic entity that had possessed the printing press and the very ink of a certain newspaper in St. Louis that was causing puppeteered suicides and murders. The gang managed to find it, and after a long drawn out struggle where a couple of folks almost lost a couple of limbs, we ended up finally vanquishing the foe with our dear mad scientist using his physics manipulating who's it was it's to freeze the ink monster into a solid and shatter it apart. And that is basically where we are going to catch up with here. I'm trying out something new here with what I do, the love letter sessions, as I like to call these. These are going to be little mini focused scenes on the different characters. Obviously, we're going to be introducing Hazel's character as well. But I gave all of my players a choice of several things that they would like out of their particular episode: a strengthened ability, a new gift, an answer for a question, or a chance to rest and refresh. I will say, regardless, this time period, which is going to be a couple of days at the very least, this is more than enough if anyone wants to spend bounty points to level up your different attributes and stats and skills and what have you. And you're going to be able to heal up as best you can normally. But this is what you want on top of that. I've got answers for all of that here. So let's see. I have 5 people in the call right now, 4 of whom are going to be featured in this part. I think, if it's all right with you, Hazel, I'm thinking that we're going to cap off the episode introducing her, since there is going to be someone drawn to a very interesting story that I imagine your character couldn't help but have their curiosity piqued by. So, the rest of all of y'all, let me just roll the dice. All right. Luck of the draw. Zenobia.
Yeah.
My dear, dear Miss Whatley.
I thought you were supposed to save the best for last.
Ah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why
Not
I'm
too
last.
bad.
How could I
Not too
how could
bad.
I do all 5 of yous at last? Now, additionally, some of these characters have particular edges and hindrances, what some folks might call feats and flaws in other games. And those are also going to be role played out. So, I propose that we start off with those first. Now, you have a couple of days. You have a night prior, let's say. Let's say this is the next day now.
Okay.
The night prior, you were involved in an incident that nearly tore your favorite arm right out of its socket. You had a knife fight with a supernatural entity of demonically possessed ink.
We call that a Tuesday.
It's true. What are you going about first?
Well, in the day that follows, Zenobia was, she has never been so drained after a fight so far in this game. So she had gotten down to about half of her win score and had used all of her magic points. So, after everything there, she has a just a day of basically trying to recharge her arts, and she is also going to be very much looking more into the what's it called, the book with the symbol of the cross torches and stylized M. Just see if I could cross reference it with anything now that I have some more time to think about it, and I don't feel like particularly being social right now.
Fair. So, the book is a little difficult to translate. You've got the help of August still, but I'll be honest, August doesn't have any points in language Latin.
He
So
is just a Latin.
I mean, yeah. So he's kind of guessing based off of like, okay, well, I mean, all right. So this word kind of looks like this other word from Spanish. So maybe that's where that came from. So you can only be sure of like parts of the Latin mix of the jumble. There is also a little bit of Welsh mixed in there, as well as some Old English and what looks to be Greek as well.
Interesting. Um, Based on like I can definitely know what the Welsh says because I speak and read that fluently.
Mm.
And then, based on the guesstimation by August, what kind of information am I able to glean?
So it looks like this is a. It looks like this is something of a handwritten ordeal. This is someone who has been creating a manuscript for no one else's consumption, which, I mean, you could tell that already just by the cipher that they're using here. It's very difficult. But beyond that, it looks like even the author doesn't totally know what everything does. You're able to get a sense that this is a text that is somehow both religious and also blasphemous, not in the way that, like, say, the Whatley family Bible would be, but something in a way that rings a little familiar to that.
Interesting.
It is talking in very vague terms. It's the kind of terms that someone who worships a god both out of adoration, devotion, and also consuming fear would write about them. You don't use a name. You use epithets. You don't to go with the old English bit. You don't say bear. You say like a brown one, something like that, lest you actually draw too much attention. So you get figure in red. You get it. It's kind of hard to translate. It kind of looks like candle bearer. It's like some kind of light source bearer or holder.
Interesting.
Mm.
And that's about the extent that I'm able to pull off with what little we have.
Yeah, whatever means of magic are used in the book as a medium or as an instruction manual for, it is it's very difficult to pull together, and like as a Whatley, as a blood mage specifically, you're familiar with magic that is morally dubious. This doesn't feel morally dubious. This feels like, oh, this is genuinely just
Evil.
yes. Essentially, yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Then I guess with my Bible study with August done, I guess I could take this opportunity in my downtime to start doing my adventuring chores and go report to Miss Swan about the state of affairs in St. Louis, and then from there go to the telegraph office to go, send a message to my organization that we had resolved the issue, and so I can get paid.
All right. Where are you keeping the excuse me, where are you keeping the book in question during all of this?
I actually would want to talk to Miss Swan about it, so I think I'm
Okay.
going to have it with me.
All right, sounds good. you know what? We can resolve the telegram first, I think. Let me get that up. All right, so you can compose up your message and let me know let me know what the message you can just type up the message in the roll 20. We'll use that.
Okay. Let me think of how to write this. So
It is 5 cents a word, though I doubt price is going to be much of an object for you.
yeah. Met friendly face. Resolved issue. Situation under control. To and signed XMW.
Okay.
Of course, being sent to my contact who I send these things to, but because last time it was just from the COT, so.
Mhm. There's something that I need to roll here. And it's probably gonna be nothing. Okay. Let
Spend a cool 50 cents on that.
Ooh, big spender. There we go.
A big spender.
I was about to spend in a little telegram.
All right. Yes, the telegram goes off, and to the best of your knowledge, everything is fine with that.
Okay. Then I guess with that sent, I will expect them to reach out to me about money, or Miss Swan will be expected to give me money. Somebody is supposed to give me. I'm supposed to get paid. So I'll go to Swan next because I have many more things to ask her about.
All right. So you return to the estate inherited of Antoinette Swan. It is, as always, a little secluded from the wayfare and very dim inside, other than the gaslight. But yes, you're let in. Her servant Cortez knows you and knows what to expect with you. And yes, you have an audience with Antoinette. What would you like to do?
Oh, good morning, Miss Swan. Such a pleasure to see you.
As always, Miss Watley, it is a delight mutually.
Oh, you're too kind. Well, I hate to be the bearer of fantastic, some would say ecstatic news, but alas, here I am.
Mm.
We have resolved the particular issue involving the uh, nefarious geist that had found itself inhabiting your fair city.
Now that sounds excellent. Okay, so you almost make it sound though like there's some kind of a catch, a complication.
Well, there's certainly layers of analysis, if you will, a bit of a pyramid of enigma. But we deduced the source of the particular spiritual infection of the some would have called it the devil in the details. I think I'm very proud of that one, but others would say it's the printer's devil. But regardless, I believe it's some kind of demonic entity that had been inadvertently brought into our fair plane of existence from the astral desmine where it resides by the foolish, if respectably curious and inquisitive nature of a pair of youths who had been tampering with a quite nefarious set of documentation that had somehow been printed inside of their little printery.
You're saying this was originally from a book?
More of a pamphlet, really. It seems to be somewhat of a personal touch. We were able to get control of said documentation, and while we've done some limited analysis of it, unfortunately, I do not yet have the requisite, skill repertoire to be able to fully delve and plunge into its secrets.
Do you have it with you?
Of course, of course. I thought you might be a bit of assistance, as I understand your particular academic leanings may give you some more familiarity with the applicable languages. And she takes out evil pamphlet.
She gives you a very strange smile at that, like as if to acknowledge, yes, I unfortunately do have a fair bit of experience with that. But she takes a look through and she starts to frown a little bit as she goes. And there was no evidence as to who ordered this.
No, alas, the only thing we were able to glean that might have any relationship to the particular nom de plume of this crafter is the symbology of these crossed torches with the stylized M.
See. I unfortunately may have been in a similar circle, a similar school of the craft when I was not quite so well advised.
Oh, really? Zenobia's eyes, sparkle as she kind of gives her a look of, oh, this is new.
Mine was admittedly not with this particular organization, it looks like, but believe it may have still been involved in a way. And I wish I could tell you more. I very, very much do. Unfortunately, the last time I tried to be more forthcoming with what I know of this sort of organization, I ended up being housebound.
Did somebody perhaps send an agent against you? It seems a bit odd. It's simply reaching the enlightening, strobe of information to somebody inquiring would have such dastardly repercussions.
There are some cults around a little more far-reaching than others, and if the symbol here, she points at the crossed torches, if this refers to who I think it might refer to, I only knew of them as the lady in red.
I had come to that same conclusion as to what one of the names were. So I was very excited about this.
Ah, then until we can deal with the members of this group responsible for, and she's picking her words very carefully here as if trying to figure out what she can say that she literally can say. If we can deal with certain members of this cult, I will be able to assist you more, to tell you more.
Oh, there's some relationship between the living membership and whatever Gias has been cast upon you?
Another big pause as she tries to figure out.
Are you allowed
That
to
could be a
nod?
way. That could be a way towards it.
Ah, well, that's seemingly a fairly straightforward problem then. The elimination of foul practitioners is, of course, my bread and butter, and if it involves getting to the bottom of such a particular enigma, well, then I might as well be an archaeologist, an Egyptologist, if you will. Ah.
Well, I got good news and I got bad news for you then. The good news, if and you hold on to this book, eventually they will find you. That's also the bad news.
It will certainly make the investigative process a bit more straightforward.
I have already managed to ward myself a bit. If and you like, I can hold on to the book.
Well, wouldn't that lead to the problem of then the cultists would not be coming after me and I could not eliminate them as expediently?
You wanna be hunted?
Well, I often find that the chain of command is something that you, in order to reach the top, you often have to pluck the rings below it. So I would say having them at least appear and tip their hand gives us an opportunity for interrogation, perhaps post-mortem elucidation.
I see. You still have what I gave you when you started working for me?
The was it blood, I think?
She nods.
Yeah. Yes, I kept it. It provided some minor benefits to help encourage our particularly enigmatic supernatural reporter to be a bit more forthcoming when he was in discussions.
Hold on to that then. There's something important in the essence of someone who turns themselves warlock. like myself. A cult is dangerous in the strength of their belief. If you hold on to this, it'll give you a bit of protection.
Ah, I see. Well, then I appreciate the wards that you have bestowed upon me. I will be hopeful that when the time arises, they will similarly rise to the occasion.
She nods at you solemnly. And I hope that someday I am able to speak with you more forthcomingly. I hope that you live long enough for me to be able to do that.
Oh, you know what they say about Watleys. When the apocalypse happens, the only things that'll be left over are the cockroaches and the Watleys.
I have never heard this. What?
Oh, it's a family motto.
That's a family motto?
There's a bit of gallows humor amongst the various branches.
Okay. Huh.
Somewhere off in the distance, Ezra gets a shiver down his spine.
Okay.
Ugh.
Well,
Besides, I am a bit fortunate that I am not simply a lone soul lighting the torch of inquiry into the darkness. I have a fairly reliable set of at least knights errant to accompany me and provide various forms of their own conventional assistances.
all right. Well, I'll help you however I can. I can only put my essence into so much, though. Beyond that, the armor is also a cage. For me, at least. I'd love to be able to leave and help you, but... Well, I'd love to be able to leave, period.
I understand the various trade-offs that come with the particulars of the arcane arts can be cumbersome to balance.
Hmm. And she takes a drink of her regularly scheduled medicine, that awful, viscous, brown red looking fluid.
No, not to impose upon your particular condition, but I assume that your quote-unquote medicine, since we're not burdened currently by the other members of my sacred band, that has its own particular cult and infusions.
You could say that. It is, this is sympathetic magic, you know? Substitute one thing for something of another.
Ah, yes, the classic, the devil's bargain.
Mm. I drink this little concoction of poison and rot, and my own tainted life, so that I don't have to drink of other people's lives.
Oh, it's like something just dawned on Zenobia.
The very dim household,
Yeah.
the weird medicine.
I'm reading you loud and clear.
Again, that very tight-lipped, yeah, kind of smile.
Well, I understand that such afflictions can be a bit of their own sympathetic trade-offs, but I appreciate that you are willing to take on such sufferings to be able to further the cause of, you know, the pursuit of our particular sciences in a benign way.
I already gave up my humanity once before. And she wordlessly nods at the book. I ain't about to make the same fool mistake twice. Even I can avoid it. Again, another long, pained sip of this.
Understood. Well, I can at least say that I'm thankful for everything you've done to illuminate my own perspective, and I hope that, given what I was able to perform here in your fair city, that you remember what the Circle is capable of achieving, and ensuring that such things do not rise to the level of pandemic.
Of course, of course. I suppose then you have sent word to the superiors.
Yes, I've notified them that the situation is under control, and the issue has been resolved.
Good, good. Well, I would say usually payment arrives within a couple of days, but if what Phillips told me about you is true, I imagine it might be sooner rather than later.
Oh, hopefully he said nothing but good things about me.
Same pointed silence.
Delightful. Well, I'm very appreciative. I look forward to the recompense my various sworn blades would deserve a bit of a celebration after their accomplishments, especially overcoming their various personal failings. But I would like, in the meantime, if it'd be possible, that I could perhaps get a chance to glean into some of your library, perhaps learn some additional assistances in the coming days if the organization tries to strike at the very beating heart of our organization.
What did you have in mind?
That could I circle back about that, like, because I have various notes of things that I need to consult.
All right. We can say that this is like this is for the viewer. We see like this is where the scene cuts off, and then later on we get the illuminating scene of what was actually said during it.
Awesome. Yeah, I have to look at my stuff because I got a bunch of books already that I need to remember what I wrote down for them, and then other stuff.
All right. So, was there anything else that you wanted to do for the planned stuff?
No, because once I'm done with her, and presumably once everybody else's things are over, I'm going to take everyone out for dinner and drinks and stuff to celebrate. But that's it for me.
For now.
For now.
We'll circle back. I'll use that dinner party as something of a keystone event for the next couple of days. So let's put a pin in that because you actually still have a little more during and after that to go. Actually, I think that we can do the after that over the course of one of your days resting, and you spend your days off resting, recovering, consulting arcane texts, what have you.
As I want to do.
During one of these cycles, you find yourself, you have found yourself pushed to the limits of what your trained academic sleep deprivation limits are. And you are unfortunately forced by the cruelness of your own body's limitations to sleep for at least a while.
Tragic.
During that, you have a dream.
Uh-oh. It's never good.
Oh, come now. When have I ever given people bad dreams in this game?
Dead
Yeah.
silence.
Now, Zenobia, I would like for this to hear a little bit about your childhood. What is a place that Zenobia associates with happy, or at the very least, not not too traumatic childhood memories?
I would say, Zenobia had a good childhood, all things considered. For a Watley, she had a good childhood.
Mm.
And she doesn't have any resentment towards her parents. She loves her parents. But her family's like estate up north. Uh, she one of her favorite like places to go, read in and everything, was actually a very like uh old world style like forest glade. Um and she would oftentimes go out there and she would read her books, practice uh like introduction to sorcery aspects, uh you know opening up animals and trying to see what you can learn by doing soothsaying and stuff with the innards, also using that as a way to practice her magics. And so she would also really like the fact that it had a beautiful set of uh, like wild red roses growing there, which is one of the origin points for why she got so many random nicks and scars early on. Was just for going through the thorns and stuff to get to the the glade in the first place. And she never has gotten along well with animals, so she never really felt any particular issues about using them. But she always enjoyed it as a place of serenity, um, outside of her her actual like family mansion and everything.
All right. I think in this moment we're seeing Zenobia as an adult reflecting back on these childhood memories. We see there on a nice little log overlooking the lake. There, she has opened up, let's say, a squirrel. Let's start small. She's opened up a squirrel and half paying attention to that, half just absorbing the ambiance. And as you're just letting yourself enjoy the moment, there is a small voice that speaks up. What's this for? And you turn to see a child that you have not seen before. At first, for a moment, you think that she might be some manner of Whatley herself. She's certainly very, very pale, very gaunt, very almost like skeletal in her thinness. Long black hair that's some cursed quality between tangled bangs and locks and silky texture. And she has very big, inquisitive eyes. Not green, more like a very, very dark brown with little specks, flecks. Hazel, I suppose, would be the best description for the eye color. And she is sat on the log next to you, looking up at you and pointing down at the squirrel.
Um, how lucid of a dream is this? Am I acting in character for the dream, or as like Zenobia as just her normal person?
You feel, in this dream at least, razor sharp.
Okay.
Like you probably couldn't completely unmake the dream. You're
Mhm.
still within the confines of it, but you are able to interact to the extent that makes sense within the dream before it might start to fall apart.
Gotcha. Okay. So Zenobia, she'll look over at the child and go, well, you know what they say. The blood is the life, and by helping uh, reveal its truths to the world, we can be able to perhaps learn things not only about ourselves, but um, about potentially what lies in store, not just here, but potentially in the future as well. There's many things that can be gleaned once you've had a chance to see what treasures lie within inside. Why do you ask, child?
Uh, I haven't had someone who can tell me the answers before. And she looks up at you, and in that precocious way that only a child can get away with, she asks, and with a look of all sincerity, are you my mother?
Zenobia looks a little surprised and goes, what is your name, child?
I don't have one yet.
Oh, yet. Well, I would say in a strictly
You can give me
biological
one
sense.
if you want.
I don't think I'm in quite the position yet to impose naming upon you, but uh, beyond biological, which is clearly an impossibility, you are not my child, but depending on what is the origin of how you find yourself in my particular dreamscape, you might very well be a fragment of me, an aspect of me, or perhaps some spirit that has decided to be drawn to me. Do any of those seem applicable?
Hmm. I I don't know. I don't think I I don't think I existed before. Oh gosh. Maybe a few weeks ago?
Really? Do you know if there was an inciting incident?
Mm. I remember being fed. That was nice. I thought then, ah, this must be what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to feed. It
Are
was
you right?
really,
Oh, sorry.
it was really
Finish.
warm and kind of wet, but it was still good.
Zenobia kind of perks up as I don't. Can she like dream manifest something?
You can try.
I'm gonna try and manifest my dagger, my ritual dagger.
Uh, you know what? Give me a spirit roll.
Okay. So I have suspicions. An 8.
You find that you cannot seem to conjure this particular prop to you.
Okay.
It feels like you have the potential ability to with an
Mhm.
8, but for some reason you're not able to take this part of something that would be on your person out.
Oh, so sorry, I was trying to provide a bit of a demonstration. Uh, some people tend to be visual learners, but uh, was what you drank, was that a very large, fleshy, heart-like object? The blood
Mm,
within?
I don't know. I've seen a lot of, well, she points at the dissected squirrel. I've
Mhm.
seen a lot of this stuff and a lot of different things. But that was the first time I started remembering that I have seen a lot of it. I don't know if it was much bigger than others, but it feels like it was something special.
That does coincide a bit with some of the particular encirclings that my blade has exhibited after that particular inciting incident. Perhaps you might be a spirit that has been drawn to me through the supernatural foes that I've overcome. Perhaps you're familiar, or perhaps you're simply. My family has a bit of a relationship with blades, and perhaps you are simply a delayed manifestation of such a partnership. These are, of course, simply theories. I haven't done enough thorough exploration to reach a suitable conclusion, but it seems somewhat applicable, if you will.
So, is that what my name is? Blade?
No, I'd love to give you something much more dramatic. But unfortunately, I don't have the creativity to come up with something right now.
So,
um,
if you're not my mama, what are you to me?
we're partners. We're yin and yang.
Hmm.
Perhaps there is a bit of my spiritual essence that has been poured into you. I have certainly, if you are in fact my my dagger, then there is indeed quite a bit of my own encircling that I have bestowed upon you. We clearly have quite the bond, and uh, you allow me to be able to do the incredible things I do, and I give you, in turn, the opportunity to shine and plenty of sustenance to sustain you.
So then, and she points down again. So then we do this to know things better?
In part, it is. We do it to be able to discover things about our opponents, as well as it's a means of protecting people. We
Hmm.
save a lot of people through our actions, even if they aren't necessarily appreciative of it, but we're always out there to stand in the face of horror and show that such things can be overcome, and that there is a world that can exist where magic can be just a regular aspect not to be feared.
And that's something you wish for?
She kind of sighs and goes, "It's certainly an aspiration. My family has their own particular views on such things, and I often find myself running counter to their more um, self serving extreme views. But I believe that we can and should live in a world where we reach equilibrium with the arcane. It's simply a tool to in better life and to master the world we live in.
All right. I guess that makes it one of my goals too, then. And she says this like there's no kind of emotional affect to it. This isn't like a matter of opinion. This is like this is like how when a child hasn't developed a sense of like an internal compass,
Yeah.
when you can just say things as like facts,
Yeah.
it's like, okay, this I understand.
Oh man, me, not at all damaging this childlike spiritual entity.
You're gonna wake up soon. I should probably go. One more thing, though. Do you like hurting other people?
Thinks about it for a moment, goes, I don't take any particular pleasure in the act of hurting them directly. Any joy I find in the experience is simply from the overcoming of adversity and the. I guess there is a bit of heroic, je ne sais quoi about the whole ability to, defend my beliefs in myself and show that I'm capable in my own way. But the direct act of simply hurting someone is rather inconsequential.
I think I understand. Well, even if you're not my mama, it was nice meeting you. I hope to meet you again someday. And she gives a little bow, and you have enough time to react to that if you wish.
Zenobia will bow back and say, It's a delight to meet you as well. Next time I see you, I will give you a truly heroic name.
Like as you are fading out of the dream, just like faintest hint of a smile on the nameless child's lips. And you wake up, you are back in your inn room.
I have to take this opportunity to to examine my dagger, which in turn also means I have to feed my dagger when I want to put it away. So I'll just examine to see if anything has physically changed on it that maybe I haven't noticed before.
All right. So just with a cursory glance and examination, it doesn't feel particularly changed in what it like how it feels, how it weighs in your hand, the sensation you get from it, except as you're kind of just examining it, angling it this way and that, you notice that when you angle it towards some of the paperwork that you've had as you've been charting out this trip, specifically a map, you feel a sensation almost like the blade it's like a lodestone. It almost feels like it's magnetized slightly towards the map.
Spicy. Can I see where it's being drawn towards?
Okay. You get the sensation that it's hungry if you would like it to do something.
Then I would give it some of my blood.
Okay.
Feed me, Seymour.
Yep.
I mean, kind of, yeah.
Feed me all night long.
Man, I wasn't gonna say it.
But yes. So that means that as you feed it this blood, a an image of a person springs to mind just in the moment. Who is the person that Zenobia would think of just off the top of her head?
Off the top of her head,
Mm-hmm.
Probably, I don't know. Off the top of my head, I'm gonna say Parrot.
Okay.
She's BFFs with Parrot, so.
So as you hold the blade, blood still on it, over the map, you see a drop of blood fall from it. It lands, since this is a essentially regional nationwide map, it's pretty large in scale. It falls directly on St. Louis, Missouri, and rather than splattering, it stays perfectly concentrated in a pinpoint drop as it is absorbed onto the paper.
Hell yeah. So I can. So if I give it blood and think about somebody, it can basically do a locate person on a map. That's neat.
Mm-hmm. So you have now taught the unnamed child that it is hungry and that it is wont to learn things, to discover things. Okay. Now you will have one other visitor before this session is done, and it's the character
Okay.
I'm sure you're looking forwards to most in character. But I think here we can jump and come back to
I've been
that.
talking for so long. I'd love to everyone else to have an opportunity.
All right, let's roll this. Okay. Ezra.
Ooh, my turn.
Mm-hmm. So, Ezra, before
First, we have to resolve something.
Mm-hmm.
I just got a shiver.
Thank
Okay,
you. Set
we're
up
good.
reminder payoff. Okay. So you have a job to do, first
I
and
do.
foremost, I think. Now, for those of you who haven't seen Ezra's deal before, he earns his keep working as a potential product tester for one of the setting's major mad science creation manufacturers and purveyors. And as a act of love, I created a entirely original table of things that can happen, good, bad, terrible, during the process of interviewing someone for this.
The good, the bad, the ugly.
So, with that in mind, let me first secretly roll for this gizmo's reliability.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
That sounds like it's going to be fun.
Okay, you know what? We'll go with that one. Okay, so it is the first day you're finally able to meet with this potential inventor that you could be working with, as helping connect them with their dream of being the next big name in mad science. And
As one does.
of course,
Now,
of course.
we have determined that it was a submarine type device.
Yes, it
So
is.
I imagine this is going to be near the port.
Yes, I would say so. We've got the the Mississippi River going right through. That feels a perfectly good testing grounds for a submersible. Let me just pick off of the list here. Oh, that's a fun name. This is, you meet the next day, a rather shoddily dressed man by the name of Ephraim McDonald.
Ooh, okay.
First impression, hasn't maybe hasn't showered super frequently lately. It's probably spent a lot of long nights in the lab. And, you know, is still trying to put on a presentable pretense on top of that. So, like, a very hasty grooming, basically.
I imagine this isn't uncommon for people of our profession.
Oh, I don't think so, yeah. Like, eccentricity is kind of par and parcel.
Exactly, and I imagine when the light of inspiration strikes, bathing comes second. Uh, this happened with Ambrose on occasion, so
Mm.
he's probably well acquainted with the yes, the stench of the lab. Okay.
All right, so he is looking around the docks, obviously. This is a major port town, so there's a lot of people coming and going. He's looking around for you. The ball is in your court. How would you like to approach this Ephraim McDonald?
Do I see anything that looks like it could be the invention in the water so far?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It is partially submerged, currently floating at probably about halfway, I would say. Maybe a little higher up in the water.
Okay.
It kind of resembles. It kind of resembles a little bit like a conch shell made out
Okay.
of brass.
Okay, it does have decorative elements. This could be good for our large buyers. I do begin to approach him.
All right. He notices you and sizing you up as determined. Ah, yes. This has to be the guy. So he comes over to you. Well, hello there. Hello. You must be Dr. King.
Mr. King is fine.
Oh, a humble man, of course, of course. Well,
Yes, I am here, as you know, with Smith and Robards to see your. And correct me on how to phrase the name.
well, this is the personal, man-powered subaquanaut is the working invention name that I'm going with here. The
He is marking these
subaquanaut.
notes down. He is marking this down. Speaking as he's writing, subaquanaut. OT or AUT?
Well, let's go with AUT. I've mostly just
AUT.
been saying it in my head. Haven't really said it aloud and had to think about that too much. But no time like the present.
Now, do you have the blueprints readily available, or shall we immediately go into how this mechanism works?
Well, yes, I do have them. I live very locally, and he points to a apartment building like 100 yards from shore.
Makes sense. Okay. All right, wonderful. Would you like to provide them, or shall we get to the demonstration first?
Oh, this is the first time I've ever applied for any big manufacturing partnerships. So whatever you consider to be the standard approach, I'm happy to oblige.
It varies from person to person. Some rather demonstrating their brilliance as soon as possible. Others prefer to show the theory of their work before demonstrating how it works. Uh, we are at the docks. I do see it here, I believe.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So why don't we get to showing first?
All right, that sounds wonderful. So, dear, I would like you to roll me 1d20, please.
1d20. Gotta get to the right tab again. 1d20.
Okay, an
11.
11. Oh, okay. All right. Let's say.
Also, I just realized you never gave us chips.
Oh, yeah, this is the downtime session.
Okay, fair.
Don't worry, you'll get them next time.
We're literally getting free things.
That's also
Still.
true.
But I like my chips. Excuse me.
All right.
Barbecue flavor?
Actually, honey butter flavor tonight, but that's a different story.
Okay.
All right. So yes, he leads you over. So yes, this is the personal subaquanauts. Oh, I am working off of a principle of a boiler engine for it. This is based off of a design that I found in my research of a ancient Greek form of torpedo. It uses essentially a ghost rock powered heating system. Water comes in to the back portion, the propellant side here, as he points to the spinning spirally shell side of things, where you can see there's a lot of little holes coming out throughout.
Okay.
It
Ezra
produces
is taking notes all throughout.
it produces the bubbles here, which are when the temperature changes, when the differentials are significant enough with the heat of the ghost rock, are propelled out with such force that it is able to propel the ship forward. And then through the manipulation of the spirals, you're able to shift the directionality of the device. And then we also have up at the front here, and he points to another much larger hole at the front. This is where the breaking bubbles come out of.
Breaking bubbles. So there is not a breaking system, just breaking bubble.
Well, I mean, it's balanced enough that I could, if Smith and Roberts deems it proper, I can certainly modify it to utilize a more traditional anchor-based system. But I found that in the liquid dynamics of the subaquanauts piloting, that it was much easier to have it be purely based within the device rather than having to use solids instead of the surrounding liquid in order to break properly.
All right. I think I'm going to have to see this. Do you mind? You mind demonstrating?
Oh, of course not. I would be more than happy to. All right, and
Now, is this a one-person submersible?
currently at this scale.
No, this was Vinny. This was Epitome asking.
Currently at this scale, this is a small prototype, so
Okay.
like the proof of concept is there. It could very easily be scaled up. This is currently the one-man submarine.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I imagine that's evident from its size.
Mm.
All right.
All right. Let me just get the hatch open here. He twists open the hatch. All right, now from here I can access into the fuel compartment and put some of these. And he very carefully puts his fuel core ghost rocks into it. All right. Let's screw that shut again. Get inside. Do you want this to be fully submerged, or shall I? Would it be better for me to demonstrate it as a boat before submerging?
Boat before submerging, so I can see it in motion more easily.
Certainly. All right. He flicks on a pilot light and lowers himself into the cabin.
I was half worried that you were going to say he flicks on a pilot light, beat an explosion.
Well, you know what? Now that he's in, I do have to roll for reliability to see what happens. I rolled a 14. The reliability that I rolled prior was a 15.
Oh.
It just works.
Yeah,
Just barely.
But
I
of
see
course,
a
you don't
cloud
know
of
that.
smoke. Yeah.
You have no
And for a
idea how
while.
close it was to disaster. But yes, he lowers the craft in, he ejects some of the ballast to get it a little closer down to water level. He turns on the engine and it makes this noise as the bubbles are projected out, and it's a bit of a slow start, but it picks up speed, and I would say that it manages to pick up a good pace. Like it's hard to measure exactly without the proper instruments, but you would probably be able to compare it to like a casual gallop of a horse in terms of speed. And he just he goes down uh like 150 yards. You see that there's this big like of a fart cloud of bubbles from the front as he hits the brakes. You see the bubbles turning around as the shell spins, and then he comes back.
Right. Can you hear me in there?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. You can like faintly hear him through the thick glass. Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Loud
Show
and
me
clear.
it submerged.
Submerged. Okay. He ejects a little more ballast and again starts the cycle of the as it starts heading off. This time though, because obviously he's just one guy, he has not coordinated with any of the other people using the dock. As he goes out this time, he clips the side of a steamship,
I see. Okay.
and the ship rocks violently back as if it's like bucking backwards from this. And he also, you see the submersible spinning a little bit as he's trying to regain control, like spinning laterally, not like end over end.
Hmm.
It's alarming, to say the least.
Doing a barrel roll? Is that what you said?
Basically, well, I'd say more of a
Oh, barrel roll.
corkscrew. A barrel roll it actually has to be spinning, but also in a larger loop, rather than just the.
Yes, yes. We all know the difference between a barrel roll and an aileron roll. Thank you, game theory.
Anyway, though, uh, yeah, he circles back. You can see inside the cockpit. He's shaking his hand angrily at the steamship, and you can see that there are people on the steamship who are throwing food and trash and whatever else they can in anger right back at him. And you see there's a couple of sailors on the steamship who just dive into the water and start paddling after him. And I think he notices that and starts picking up the pace a little bit so he can dock quicker. He comes out in a rush, like, okay. So, what do you think? What's your professional analysis? Oh God, oh God.
As he's doing that, I'm still reading out my writing.
Mm-hmm.
Good endurance can stand impact from steamship faster than 2 swimming sailors. Period.
You
I
see,
do
they are much slower, but they are getting there.
I do have to admit, I have seen a number of these submersibles fail spectacularly. Yours is one of the first that seems to have worked.
You see, he's like clenching. You can tell he's mentally clenching a fist in triumph.
I am not the final say, but this is looking good so far. I do need to see the blueprints, however.
Yes.
How wet? Out of character, how wet is he?
Um. I mean, there was a little bit of spray, but like he was fully in the cockpit, which was like totally sealed off. So like there's no cracks on it. He's not having issues of having to deal with getting wet. Although it's a dock, people get splashed.
Exactly. So, but it's not like he was submerged in water.
Correct.
Okay. You know, before we do, I don't want to take a spin on it quite yet. However, I do wish to see inside. Would you allow me that?
Yeah, sure. I think we have like a couple of minutes.
A couple of minutes. What? Oh, from. I'm not concerned of them. I'm not.
I am. This is not my first time with those guys.
Ah, I see. Then let's see the blueprints first.
Okay, yes. Right this way, and he locks up he locks it up. He makes sure it's all properly anchored, and he starts chaining it to shore. He's like, okay, yes, right this way, and he very obviously is starting to speed walk you towards his apartment as these two sailors are approaching shore.
So this happens frequently, I take it.
Yes, unfortunately, the ideal time for the tides for testing in neutral waters tends to be around this time. Unfortunately, they come by here every couple of weeks at this time, and sometimes they intersect a little bit. It's oh god, key. And he opens the door and swings it open. Please, make yourself at home.
I must ask, have you not considered moving your operations to the coast?
Coast. I do apologize, Mr. King, but I don't exactly have the most of what I would call budget. This was largely a project for the prototype, backed by a couple of interested shipping and transit uh, authorities within the St. Louis area. I would love to not have to deal with such uneducated and violent hoodlums, but and it's like locking the door. It adds a couple more locks. I unfortunately am not in a position to choose otherwise.
Out of character.
Mhm.
Is Smith and Robards the one that's based out of Utah?
Um,
Colorado, I think. I think what
yeah,
Hellstrom.
it's Hellstrom's is the one in Salt Lake City.
I think
Yeah,
they're Denver.
You think they're Denver? Okay.
I think
I'll
so.
Google it, but I think they're Denver.
I'll take a look too. But yes, you were saying?
Give me one moment. I'm also looking. Smith and Robards story. I found the PDF. Oh, I can see this page after an ad. Never mind. No, that is quite fair. There is the possibility of the maze, but then the collision may get its hands on it. I will put in a word for more funding. Perhaps we can move you downriver.
Sure.
This is promising, not as promising as the airship, but still promising. Anyway, those blueprints, please.
Yes, right this way. And he nervously steals a glance back at the door before he leads you into his improvised study, by which I mean this is clearly this man's kitchen table that has not had a food on it in months.
When was the last time it looks like he ate?
I mean, it looks like he ate like today, but he has not eaten properly, like at a table like a human being. He is you can tell this is a man who has actively been eating things as finger foods or as more portable foods that definitely are not and should not be those.
Okay. So par for the course for my clientele.
Basically, yeah.
Okay. All right. I think.
Oh, actually, it looks like Smith and Robards is also in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Yeah, I thought they were related to
Wild.
Hellstrom.
No,
They're
they're
not like related. They're business rivals up until Hellstrom buys them in like the 1900s.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking of. Okay. There's also the possibility. How well do you think this would handle salt?
salt. You mean like salt water?
Yes.
Well, I have no reason to doubt its effectiveness. The harbor here is not exactly the kind of crystal clear waters that I would trust swimming in, or really eating any non thoroughly cleaned fish out of. So I see no reason why, if it can't handle the silt and the sediment, that it couldn't also handle the salt.
All right, because another option is there's the Civil War sub. For those of you not involved in the Discord chat, we are posting pictures of historical subs, including the Civil War sub that killed just about every single person that was inside of it.
The history of submarines is painted with the corpses of people who tested them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, strange. Underwater is a very dangerous location for a human being.
Amazingly,
Weird.
yeah.
It may not be good to test with the pressure of the ocean, but the Great Salt Lake is deep enough to try this in. Yes, I think that would work.
Okay, that sounds wonderful. Yes, I obviously this is not a official uh, order, but I will certainly look forwards to hearing the verdicts.
Of course, of course. And he now goes to actually look at the blueprints themselves, and he pauses before
Okay.
looking at them.
Okay.
Because the last time he read something unexpectedly, he got possessed.
Fair.
And there is just a long, pregnant pause before he actually looks. And with a small sigh of relief afterwards.
Okay.
How crazy do the blueprints look?
I mean, I would say there's a lot of technology in the world, even at this time, that is very much inspired by actual animal innovations. So I feel like the wildest part of it is the fact that it's shaped like a nautilus for the most part, but at the same time, it's also like, I mean, it's a design that kind of makes sense. Like, there's a reason Jules Verne named his submarine the Nautilus. It's because, like, aesthetically and in terms of practical engineering, it's shapes that are designed to, exist in the ocean or in the water at least.
And he is basing it off of an aquatic creature.
Mm-hmm.
And it does surprisingly work. No, Ezra is pleasantly surprised.
Oh, that's wonderful. And Ephraim is interrupted by a pounding at the door. All right, you. All right, you. I know you're in here. Oh God. Oh God. And he's frantically turning out the oil lamps. Okay. I think if we're quiet enough, they'll think that I am not here. Maybe. Uh, can you give me a stealth check? A sneaking check?
I'm not sure if I'm sneaking yet.
That's fair.
He just read something that he was afraid to read, but he also just did something that he never thought he would be able to do.
Okay.
Hold on, what is my yeah, my max wind, I should be at 16 now. It's been more than 2 minutes since I lost that wind. And what say you if we were in here?
What?
Towards the door. And what would you say if we were in here?
You hear there's you know what, let me roll to determine how they're responding here. Okay. You hear there's a pause at the doors. Wait, who are you?
I am his inspector.
Wait. Is it that absolute no goods water bug of a man? That guy? And you see Ephraim is frantically doing the no. gesture with his hands.
What do you want with him?
Oh, we just
Your
want to
ship-
have a conversation.
Your ship is large enough to handle a small scuff. From something so small.
Well, it's the principle.
Well, I think you best do the gentlemanly thing and walk away from this.
Ooh. All right.
Return to your ship.
Ooh. I like this. Give me a
And we must
social.
be.
Give me a social role of your choice. Whatever
Uh-oh.
attitude you think would best justify it. And
Uh-oh.
I'll give you a +2 for making a dangerous and interesting choice.
Oh, that's actually surprising. Fuck. I got a 9
Okay.
with the +2. I didn't add the +2 into the roll.
All right. I mean, a 9 is pretty good.
Yeah.
I think you can faintly see through the drawn curtains, like the two sailors are kind of looking awkwardly at each other, and then out at the crowd that has started to gather at this spectacle. Is like, oh god, yeah, I thought it. I mean, I thought it would work. Do you want to be repainting the hole? Fine. Let's just cut our losses. And remarkably, they do leave.
And Ezra lets out a large gasp and starts panting like crazy. I just did that. Fuck.
Wow. Are you good there, Mr. King?
I will be.
Okay.
Be careful where you steer that again.
Oh, yeah, yes, of course, of course.
Okay. Now, to discuss the results of what I've found here today.
Hmm?
Yours is not the first submersible that we've seen, nor the largest, nor necessarily the most extravagant. However, by the sheer coincidence that it works, still puts you a head and shoulders above everyone else. I am sending word back to Smith and Robards that this is a promising invention. I cannot promise that this will go how far this will go, but should things work in your favor, you may need to find a way to move this or rebuild this in Salt Lake City. Do you think that's
Of
possible?
course.
Wonderful. This may be our next airship.
All right. Thank you, Mr. King. Thank you. It is a pleasure.
The pleasure was mine. Thank you very much. And he picks up Ambrose's bag and starts heading for the door.
All right. I will call that successful. You can, as you report your conclusions over to Smith and Roberts, you're able to also have things. So in a couple of days, when they get that and
Sure.
process it, they'll be sending over the payment for services.
Well, of course, there's also a few more days involved with that too, because I'm going to need to copy down a baseline blueprint of this, along with the schematics, and make sure that's all sent off. That this is yes, okay, and a potential product.
Okay.
So I imagine it'll take more than a few days.
Hmm.
But at the very least, uh, the process has started. Uh, Ephraim can start copying down a recreation of the original blueprints, and we can go from there.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. Okay. So, as you are doing this, one of the nights where you've sequestered yourself to properly organize your notes and copy the schematic down, you hear something.
What kind of something?
It sounds kind of like a bell. Like there's a distinct chime to it, but it doesn't quite sound like a metal bell or like any instrument you've ever heard before. It is, however, coming from within your belongings.
Huh. I'd like to search for it.
All right, well, it is producing noise, so that's not particularly difficult. It is. It's this very strangely shaped thing. It's
We
one.
determined that if this is what I think it is,
Hmm?
we determined that this happened to appear on the same day of the event.
Yes, there was some detritus and ephemera that was not entirely explainable when Ambrose had his event. So we are now going to we're now going to have to reckon with part of that. It kind of looks a little bit like maybe like a pole door handle, but it's way too fat at the ends, and it has a ton of holes there too. There's a noise coming out of it though.
Is this door handle attached to anything?
Um, there's the implication based off of how it seems to have been cut off at a certain point. There's stuff that you recognize as copper wiring inside, but that only extends a little bit off one end of the object.
So it's copper wiring that ends.
Yes, ends in the sense that it looks like someone or something kind of abruptly cut it off at a point.
Okay.
Not
What
like
color
they're
is it?
um I would say it is the color. It's the color of the color of eggshell. Not quite white, not quite gray, a slight hint of yellow, maybe.
Okay. Is Amherst out of the bag right now because we're alone?
I would assume so.
All right. Dear, the thing is making noise.
That seems rather odd.
I pick it up.
All right. The noise seems to shift a little bit as you bring it further up to examine it and closer to your face.
Also, question: would you say the copper cord is kind of curly Q?
It might have been at one point, but whatever caused it to be severed has so thoroughly damaged the integrity of the wire that any curl it might have had at one point is kind of this frazzled mess at the end.
All right, so I'm holding it. Is it still ringing?
How are you holding it? Like where?
Like, I'm holding it like a handle.
Okay. It gets a little louder as you're holding it higher up.
And I'm trying to determine where the ringing is coming from. Do you happen to have a sound clip of the ringing?
I do not.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I mean it's like something you've never heard before. That's going to be difficult to find a sound clip for.
Well, I might have heard it in real life.
Yeah, but I'm doing immersive theater.
I know, I'm trying to make it immersive for the others.
But
Just because I know what it is doesn't mean Ezra does.
But if you're asking, it sounds like it is coming from one end of the handle.
I look at that end.
Visually, it doesn't look different at all.
Let me see if I can get him to do something.
Okay.
Because I'm not... I'm gonna roll a base smarts roll just to see. 9, okay. He holds it to his ear.
As you do
Trying
so,
to figure out exactly where the ringing is coming from.
as you do so, you confirm two things simultaneously. The first is that it was definitely coming from the end that you are now holding to your ear. The second is that the strange musical sound abruptly stops and you hear something else. It sounds very garbled, but you can, you know what? Give me a cognition roll.
Okay. Rolling up my sheet. 6.
It feels like you can faintly hear some things that sound kind of like words, but it's the way that you can hear something in a foreign language and know, okay, I recognize that this is a language and like I'm able to discern the different parts of it, but I don't necessarily know what things mean right off the bat. Like, if you were to imagine what English would sound like to someone who does not speak it natively. That is kind of what it sounds like over the phone here.
I'm hearing words.
Well, is it saying anything?
Not to me. I can't understand them.
All right. Is there anything else you would like to do with it? Like, as long as you're holding it up to your ear, you continue to hear this language and you're trying to, like, parse out words or some kind of implication or meaning, and you're not exactly getting there, but
Is this one of those new recordings?
a phonograph?
It's too small to be a phonograph, but
Hmm.
it is. He pulls it away from his ear for a second. It is. It sounds like someone is trying to say something.
Hmm. Perhaps if we could link it up to some manner of amplifier, or
Maybe.
perhaps a stronger, perhaps a power source, even though I don't know how it's producing noise in the first place.
We've tried taking it apart too, and that hasn't. I don't want to destroy it.
Of course. Hmm. Very puzzling. Now, tell me, do you have Gift of Gab?
Actually, do I? I like giving that to all my characters. Yes, I do.
Oh, you're one
Yes,
of the
I
cool
fucking
kids
do.
Parrot and me.
So, as you're listening, it's very faint. It's difficult to hear, but give me a knowledge check.
11.
Excellent. On an 11, it takes a few repetitions, but you start hearing a pattern. You start hearing things a little clearer, very, very faint still. Like this is something that feels like it, like Ambrose posited, it might need to be tinkered with to give it some sort of amplifier or a auxiliary power source or something like that. But you're able to hear things that they start sounding more and more like recognizable words, as if the thing is making and modulating noises and phonemes of language as it's trying to parse out exactly what noise to make to be able to communicate an idea. And finally, it says in a very faint and tinny voice, "You have one line. Looking to make a call. Would you like to connect?"
And it's repeating this over and over again?
Yes, it sounds like it's waiting.
It's asking if I want to connect. Connect to what?
If Ambrose had the ability to, he would be shaking his head right now. Sadly, he does not have something to attach the neck muscles to allow him to shake his head, so he's going to go, "Oh, I haven't the faintest."
Could I connect?
Well, I know that the others are within shouting distance, so I suppose if you start acting strangely, I can call them in and
Again.
have you beaten silly until you are able to come to your senses. So what's the answer?
I'm making a role-playing roll.
Okay.
Okay. I hate when they're in the middle, but that'll work. Still holding tight onto the device, I'm going to leave the room and knock on Zenobia's door.
Okay. So Zenobia, during one of your days of study, Ezra comes to your door with a strange-looking object that looks like it's got some wires coming off one end. It looks kind of like a door handle. It's making this weird, garbled vocal sound.
Zenobia opening the door, just leaning against the doorway and looking down. And I see you've been busy, Mr. King.
I need you to supervise something.
Zenobia lights up. Oh?
In case something happens like what happened when I read a piece of paper, I wish for someone that has the ability to stop me to be able to in case something happens.
A very understandable concern. Don't worry, I will do whatever it takes to stop you.
Beautiful. Come with me. He is both cautious and curious, so like those two battling each other.
Fair.
So he goes back to the room with Zenobia.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. King, she says to Ambrose.
Of course. Ah, Miss Webley, lovely to see you again.
Always charming to see you.
Okay, I'm going to tell it yes. He holds it back to his ear. Yes.
You hear the soft, faltering voice. Thank you. The call will now be connected. Give me a knowledge roll.
Okay.
Holy crap!
Holy shit!
35!
Woo! Okay.
Where the hell was that hiding?
So you've gotten
Sorry.
enough time to hear the voices and how it sounds that you're able to kind of parse things better. Not even kind of. You're able to very clearly hear as it says, "Thank you. The call will now be connected." You hear something that it sounds like human speech. It's as if you tried to create the sounds of human speech, but with the sounds of lapping waves, of falling water, of the naturally occurring sounds of the river or the sea or the lake or the ocean. And the voice says, "Mr. King, I would like to offer you some inspiration. If you like, you are more than welcome to it. I wish only to see my inspiration brought to your world."
Yes. Where are you talking from?
There is a pause. I am here, but not. I am here in all of the ways that are important, and none of the ways that you can detect outside of our call. You would like the inspiration then?
Yes.
Okay. You feel in your head an idea blossoming. And maybe it's because you were just working with the creator of a new submarine, but you start to mull over a couple of ideas.
Sorry, what was that?
You start to mull over a couple of
No,
ideas.
I was gonna go check. No, sorry, I didn't mean to live like that.
You start to mull over a couple of things, and what do you think would be Ezra's first idea when it comes to a an aquatic invention? What would he want to make?
Probably something to make water walkable. Swimming is such a hard thing. Going underwater is terrifying and dangerous. Just being able to cross it without needing the excess of ships or gadgets outside of his own. Just
Alright.
using your own body.
So as Ezra is picturing these this aquatic walking device, your mind is filled with the potential of innovation, the impetus, the fodder, the fuel for it. Functionally, what this means is this is not a full blueprint. What it is, however, is the ability to guarantee two of the following. You can guarantee that this invention would have a lower cost, that it would be more reliable, or that it would be more efficient. Essentially, it's not giving you just straight up the ideas, but it's the knowledge that somehow you know if you were to start working this idea out, not only would you be able to figure out exactly how to do it, but you would be able to do it even better. And you have the self-knowledge that, oh, somehow this is a direct result of the conversation you have just had. And the voice on the phone says, I am just looking for someone to bring my ideas to the world. Thank you for offering to be that person, Mr. King. So again, this is not, you have not been forced to make this. This is simply the knowledge that whatever it is on the other end of this phone call, it's actively enabling you to do it better if you wanted to. So this is a new relic. We don't have a name for it yet because we don't know what it is other than well, what would you like? What would Ezra call this thing for the time being?
The handle.
All right, so the handle allows you once per story arc the ability to try and communicate with the voices on the other end. If you successfully parse what they're saying with that intelligence roll, then you will get added benefits to new inventions or innovations on inventions that you design and create.
Damn.
There is a taint. I cannot tell you that yet because it hasn't happened. But, if you don't necessarily parse what is being said, there might be side effects, we'll say.
Yeah, is there any more sound coming out of it?
No. The voice on the other end simply said, "Thank you, Mr. King, for bringing one of my ideas into the world. I hope someday to work with you again. Goodbye." And noise abruptly cuts off.
He pulls it from his ear. So I feel like I should explain what this is.
Zimmy goes, "Don't worry, I'll already snap you out of it," as she like makes a gesture like she's gonna cast a
No,
spell.
no, I'm okay. I'm okay.
I'm just kidding.
I'm okay.
Just kidding. She doesn't need a spell.
Mm.
Maybe I should have gotten Parrot.
That way Parrot could have shot you.
That's fair.
But
at least I know where it's coming from.
so I presume you've crafted some sort of new contraption?
No. So this device was in the aftermath of Ambrose's accident. We don't know what it is. It was in the rubble and made that ringing sound, but didn't do anything when I did things to it.
Okay, these don't divide up very well, but I'm sorry. I almost unmuted myself next.
But,
So we don't know what this is. We just know it makes sound.
did you learn anything while you were listening to it?
There's someone who wants me to bring his ideas into the world.
Oh, that sounds menacing.
But I have an idea. I need to write it down. I'm okay. Thank you, Zenobia.
Of course. I won't try to throw too much of my opining upon your sciences. However, when normally things that don't seem to have a logical answer speak to you across time, space, and the void, they generally belong to entities. Whether they are nefarious or benign is usually something that only an experienced practitioner can discern.
But maybe if I do these things, they can give me more information where Ambrose's body is.
Perhaps. Zenobia kind of shrugs and goes, "All I will say is that if what they want is for you to do something, they perhaps have an incentive which is not exactly in line with your resolutions."
Maybe. But this is a good idea.
They all start that way as Zenobia leaves the room.
And he starts writing down the blueprints.
All right, I think that's a good place to end that particular love letter. But yes, either you can use this bonus to get you can use this bonus to get 2 of those 3 options. Lower cost means that it is both the final product will be cheaper to make and also will be less time consuming to make. More reliable is obvious, and more efficient means it will just be better at what it does. Like for instance, if you made these water walking shoes, it essentially would be able to allow you to use more of your pace when you're going across water than otherwise, or maybe more stable on rougher waters.
Okay. I can make this off screen in downtime.
Mhm. All right. So, next up. Next up, let's go to Tyrus.
Perfect timing. I'm free. Sorry about the hot miking.
That's all right. So, what is Mary up to in her downtime here?
Well, number one, have to write a letter to the auntie for my dineros.
Yes. Your dear aunt. I don't recall if we've ever established her name on stream.
Not on stream. I think you did. Well, you might have said her name when I got the letter.
Perhaps. I feel like she was a Gertrude.
I think that was the name. Yes, actually. If not, thus it was spoken, thus it was canon.
So yes, you do have a letter from your dear Aunt Gertrude, who, she's just checking in on you. You seemed to be in such an awful tizzy when you insisted on going back out to the uncivilized West. She's hoping you're in good spirits and is inquiring as to what you've been up to as of late. Also, if you have found any particularly worthy suitors. No, she's not going to be here forever, and she would like to leave her niece something of the estate, but obviously there needs to be someone to inherit it.
Grit's teeth on that last part.
All right. Well, what does the letter back say?
I will talk about exploring the beautiful city of St. Louis and its many fascinating people.
Okay.
And that there had been a local fuss about some kind of ghost going around killing people that turned out to be just gossiping ne'er-do-wells, as it were.
Okay, we're starting to strain a little bit at what is the entire truth, but I'll allow it. Okay. Anything else?
Mention meeting some new colleagues in my field of work.
Ooh.
She can think what she wants of that.
And do you mention where you are headed next?
Did we decide where we're headed next?
Well, we have already decided where we're going. We just met you.
Exactly.
Parrot and I are heading to Texas, I think, to go see her circus people.
Mm-hmm.
So probably put something along the lines of, might stay in St. Louis, might see where this new business opportunity takes me.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
And then mention something about, meeting a nice gentleman, but he turned out to be married.
What a shame. All right. But yes.
I think that's about all I want to say.
All right. I will have how she reacts to that, I think, by probably by a couple of sessions later, since this is the mail service of the late 19th century we're talking about.
I mean, at the time, the Pony Express may have been fast, but by modern standards.
All right. But other than that, in your downtime, you found yourself reiterating on your own sense of control.
Right.
Because obviously, the loss of control is a huge factor for you. And
Right.
something that you noticed a little bit, you didn't come out of the last couple of encounters totally clean. You did get dinged up a little bit. And something you noticed is that when your clockwork leg got damaged, as you were repairing and maintaining it, you found you were able to connect with it in a way that felt more natural, like you have been more integrated somehow into this, or it into you. And obviously, you're not a doctor, and certainly the doctors of the time would not exactly be able to treat, say, brain surgery with anything approaching clean, precise, and reliable approaches. But you have the inkling that by directly working with the components that you've been able to work with, it does feel like you're able to access it in a way that you didn't have before. I'm curious what you do with that.
Well, first of all, I need to make sure this isn't in my head somehow.
Okay. How would you like to do that?
Well, we have a mad scientist on the team, and it feels like this would be possibly somewhat in their area of expertise.
Potentially. Give me a moment. I have to pee.
My
Is Ezra listening in on me?
It's all that telephone of demons.
fuck is a telephone?
Telegram.
A demophone.
That was epitome.
Do you mean a xylophone?
No, it's some kind of
A-
photographic device specifically for
A
talking to
telegram?
demons. I'm glad everybody is deciding to get intimately acquainted with demons.
Just give me a
I
moment,
mean,
okay?
this is more like the demon decided to get intimately acquainted with me without consent. But doesn't mean I shouldn't take advantage of the situation.
You got a cybernetic leg. This is the world you live in.
I mean, I don't know that. Well, at least my character doesn't. I know better now.
If you say so.
I know better-ish now. How about that?
Okay.
I like to think we live in a world where everyone is reaching out to nefarious powers and being like, well, I know better now. I am the one who's smart enough to make this kind of bargain, said Dr. Faust.
Yeah. Hmm.
Parrot is the only one.
You literally do that for your spellcasting, though.
Every time.
That's already built into your character mechanics.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
she
but-
doesn't take any of the deals.
Demons.
She
mind
hasn't had
goblins. I mean,
to
who knows
take
what
any
she's
of
really
them
talking
yet.
to.
Yeah, it's because she
It's
hasn't
incredibly
backlashed.
one-sided. in my favor.
I
Hmm.
respect that about you.
Hmm.
All right.
Classic huckster. All right, Ezra's back.
I
You
do
just
the
had
legit
to-
idea
you
of a
had to
person who's
invoke
constantly contacting demons for power, and then just going, no.
You have to invoke the only mad scientist in the party the moment the player has to pee.
I mean, I couldn't have timed that better then.
Yeah, you couldn't have. All
Hmm.
right. So what you doing?
So, some point when you're available, because obviously you had to do your thing, you'll get a knock on your door.
He's probably mid scrawling madly some blueprints for the Jesus shoes. I'm just calling him that now because it's fun. But he jumps from his position, stops himself from saying "come in" because Ambrose is out in the open, and comes to the door. Guardedly opens it. Yes, yes.
You see a slightly flustered Scarlet as like, I think I need your help, or at least your advice.
Sure. I don't know what I could give, but I can at the very least try.
Can I come in?
Yes, yes, of course. Ambrose, we have a guest.
Oh, sorry, I was reading, you see, as he peeks up over a book.
Yes, every time that he needs to turn a page, Ezra turns the page.
Oh, I imagine he's developing the ability to use something like a pen that he's curved the nib of into a hook to manipulate pages to an extent.
No, you
I
just
still
need like
imagine he needs help occasionally, though.
Oh, that's fine.
you just need a stick that's like slightly tacky so it can like grab the pages.
But not too tacky.
Well, yeah, you don't want to damage the page. Anyways, so I need you to take a look at this, and then she immediately starts taking her, skirt and stuff off to like get at her leg.
Whoa. Whoa. Take a look at what?
My leg.
Oh. Okay. Does he know that it's mechanical yet?
It has not been openly revealed.
All right,
There's been
I'm
several
gonna say he
times
doesn't.
where things have hit Scarlet and clink noises were made, but no one seems to have thought that was interesting enough to check out.
You also did show him the your scalp. So okay.
Yes.
Oh, right. Right. Okay. This isn't my area of expertise, but I can at the very least look. I don't see any harm.
Yeah. So as she takes her boot and skirts and stuff, blah blah blah. You know, then takes down the cotton stocking and reveals a clockwork leg.
Oh, fascinating.
Yes. The things have not gone smoothly.
No, I understand that. Huh.
I can probably tell you the whole story later, but during our encounter with the what are we calling it? The ink demon.
Yes.
It seems
Yeah,
to. Sorry, you just like roboted really hard.
sorry, the ink entity?
Ink entity. Whatever. So I cracked. At one point, it had attacked my leg, and thankfully, it attacked this leg. But it seems to have affected it, and I just don't know if it's just in my head or if it's been changed or what's going on here.
All right, I can certainly take a look. I might
And I
not
figured
be.
my choices were either you or Zenobia.
Yeah. Well, Zenobia might know more of the demonic side. At the very least, I know the more physical side. At the very least, it's not a real leg. Not that this isn't real. I mean, I mean that it's not flesh and blood. You know what I mean. Okay,
We get it, Michael
I'll take my
Sarah.
foot out of my mouth. I'm sorry. That was that insensitive. Taking my foot out of my mouth.
I'm
No?
more
Okay.
concerned about the problem at hand than any etiquette concerning.
Yeah, so you just started to undress in front of me. You understand how that makes a man feel. Anyways,
And she kind of
let
just
me
like
take
palms her head, like, "Oh fuck, right."
a look. All right. Do you want me to roll anything, Marshall?
Well, what exactly are you asking?
Sorry,
Oh,
my roommate was talking to me.
what exactly are you asking Ezra's help with?
I just do an inspection, see how it's working. If there's any ink caught in the thing that might need to be cleaned out or something. I don't know.
Okay. You can give me so you can give me a, let's call it a tinkering roll.
Okay. Smart tinkering. What is the result?
6.
6. Okay. It also says my connection to the server has been interrupted, so I'm just gonna reload.
Okay. With a 6, you get a sense that it looks like it's up to code. You don't really notice anything more than like surface splotches of ink, things you're very easily with your maintenance equipment able to wipe away. Nothing that looks like it should be causing any interference.
Okay. Everything looks okay. You said it didn't feel okay?
It's more like it feels too real.
Too real. Is that a bad thing?
I don't know.
Huh. I don't know.
It was always just, the thing that helped me walk. Now it's like more there.
You're also coming in
It's
and
hard
out.
to explain.
Cyrus? Did I lose people?
No, I can still
Yeah.
hear you.
I assume Tyrus is trying to correct the mic thing.
Okay.
But if you're talking, Tyrus, we cannot hear you.
In Deadlands, no one can hear you scream.
Hmm.
That's why everyone can.
Hmm.
I don't think that makes any sense.
I don't know.
Sorry, my roommates
Didn't
started
take my
talking
pills
to me.
this morning, so I'm kind of like, whoops.
So
Okay.
you were saying,
Sorry, what did
Tyrus.
I say after I said that?
I have no idea.
Epitome said something after I was mentioning it, feeling more connected, more there.
Here?
Epitome.
I'm still here. I can't hear
but
Tyrus.
Tyrus literally asked you a question.
No, I can't hear him at all.
Oh.
That's weird.
That is
Oh,
weird.
now I can hear you.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Now I can
Okay.
hear you. Okay, repeat that.
Yeah, sorry. My roommate was talking to me, and I didn't want to have all that chatter on the stream. Anyways, I said, after Scarlett was explaining that the leg was feeling more attached, more there, more real. You said something, didn't quite catch it.
That doesn't seem like necessarily a bad thing for it to feel more real, right? Or am I wrong in that? Do you want it to not feel real?
That's a weird question to answer.
Like it is a part of you. Why not? Why not embrace it?
You'll clear the throat, and people have a certain aversion to, I think they call us augmented.
No, of course I know this. I haven't been to Utah myself in a while, but I know them. That's no big surprise there. Totoro, what do you have? Hold on, I have to see what my cat has.
Oh no.
I like it. Between Tyrus's roommate and your cat, it is the most disconnected conversation.
Truly.
It's a piece of onion skin.
Ugh.
Very little gremlins.
Yes. But yeah, I don't see the issue if it's feeling more human. I see no reason why not to embrace it. I know of the augmented. It's not one of my fortes, but considering Ambrose's condition, that was something that had crossed our mind briefly.
A full, like, mechanical body?
If we
Oh.
can't find the rest, the body is better than none. But we're still focused on finding his.
At least I'm not alone, so to speak, in being in a partial state, I suppose.
I consider it mostly full. I mean, you have at least 2 parts that I've seen. So I don't.
Well, I guess I would show you more at this point, but you seemed a little flustered with me just trying to put my skirt up. So
Yes, please. At the very least, warn me ahead of time before you decide to strip in front of me. He is definitely blushing. But
look, some things are a bit confusing for me. Okay,
no,
that's all I can really say right now.
and that's fine to be confused. Confusion means that there is more to learn, and learning isn't. It might just end up being that you find out something new about yourself with these new parts, or Perhaps you begin seeing yourself in a new way. Neither of which are a bad thing.
If
I
there's
say
a
as
mirror in the room, which I assume there would be,
oh yeah.
Scarlet will go up to the mirror and, look over her leg and ponder for a bit.
I see no harm.
Well,
Especially
thank
if
you for
you're
taking
feeling
a
it
look.
anytime. You are still you, no matter how much of you might be metal.
Oh, that was the only problem.
Come
She
again?
starts, she starts getting dressed.
Come again?
Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah.
It's mine, not yours.
Yes, but I'm a warrior. This is what I do.
If you're
You help
worried,
enter my
help me find the man who killed Harold.
You wouldn't happen to know if that man did underwater excavating, would you?
No,
Okay, then it's probably not the man I met today.
he's more into things like grave robbing, kidnapping.
Okay, definitely not. I am assuming not the man I met today.
And, mind control.
That's a leap. Usually we don't agree on those type of inventions. Oh, oh,
This
that's an
is not
intense one.
this is not anything I expected to have to learn about. So understand my knowledge is limited on what he could do and what he could be capable of.
But still, I could help. I don't see why I couldn't.
Then I'd be grateful. I should head back.
All right.
Don't want people to talk. And she'll take her leave.
Feel free to come back. Just give me a warning before you hike up your skirt. All right.
She'll wiggle a little bit as she leaves.
Hey, yo.
Excellent. So, as you're heading back, you don't necessarily have exact answers for all of the things that you might have hoped, but you feel a potential more of a kinship to them. And things feel like, they're a little more mutable, perhaps, than expected. This is the least of the stress-tested strengthenings that I have, but you have the ability at the start of a story arc by adjusting all of your augments by hand yourself to get better attuned to that. I am going to say, for the time being, this gives you a floating 3 dots of aptitude that you can decide where to put for that adventure arc. The trade-off is you will also get a additional hindrance representing urges that you recognize as coming from certain parts of your past. These will not always be the same sources either, and some of them probably won't even resemble parts of yourself that you recognize at all. Does that make sense?
It does to me. For everyone else, it shall remain cryptid for now.
Hmm.
I said cryptid, I meant cryptic.
Oh,
Uh,
shoot, I forgot to
I
use
I
stars.
should also.
That makes B a cryptic cryptid.
Oh, I try. I should also say that you cannot use these to raise anything higher than a 5.
Okay.
And it has to be something that you feel is connected to skills you had before someone went around in your attic meet and tinkered around with things. Does that make sense?
That was probably a little too clear.
Okay. Well, I mean, mind control. But yeah, so that is your trade-off.
Yeah, I think this is pretty cool. I like it.
All right. Okay. So before we get to introducing our new character, I am going to. Yeah, you know what? I'll do the
I'm not
last.
hearing any of you, B, but I'm hearing you through the door.
You're not hearing any of me in
I
Discord?
can hear B.
Hello,
hear B in
hello.
Discord. Yeah.
I'm.
Can anyone else hear B?
I can hear B. Can you hear me?
Ow!
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
They should probably try disconnecting and reconnecting to Discord. It can be weird sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I might need to do that. Did you hear me shout out?
Yes,
Yes.
many times.
Okay, so you guys can hear me, I couldn't hear you. Totoro, I swear to Christ! Stop biting me!
This is why you have to have plushies or pillows around to gently but firmly shove him around with.
He is biting my legs. Fuck no! You stop that.
Is it
You
Hemlock's
stop
turn?
Yes.
Yes, so.
Ow.
Alright, so. Hemlock. I would like to know, what is Parrot up to? How does Parrot spend her downtime here?
I think this time, because she didn't really get roughed up that much.
Mhm.
Parrot would honestly probably go hanging out in those woods where she chased the child and do some target practice.
Excellent. You continue to work on the techniques and principles that Mercy gave to you. And yeah, it feels very natural. Hucksters and shootists, or hex slingers, I suppose. That just sounds way cooler. Hucksters and hex slingers are just so interconnected in terms of how they function. Even the differences, it's just very easy to transition those skills over. Now, also, I would say that since you have been going through post the experiment you had with trying to interact with the entity in your mental plane, you've also noticed that things have gotten a little odder feeling. I think that a lot of parrot streams, when they aren't entirely consumed in reenacting something, I feel like a lot of them end up connecting back into the big top. Like, it is your place of mental centering, of safety. It is where you come back to for strength. And it is... And it is on one of these nights, as you're sleeping, that you hear the turning of wheels and the clopping of hooves as a carriage pulls up outside the tent. What do you do?
Probably try and get a sneaky look at whoever is getting out.
All right. It doesn't look like anyone's getting out, but rather there is a coach, the top of which is illuminated by torchlight, and there is a door that has been opened for you.
Oh. Reluctantly entering.
Okay. As you enter, you feel someone on top of the coach crack the reins, and you're off and running. It's quiet for a little while, and then you hear a familiar voice after a good while, actually, maybe what feels like half an hour of a ride as things are starting to slow down. So, it would seem that you have also been invited in to the feast, Miss Parrot. I do apologize. I wish we could be meeting under better circumstances again, or perhaps for you, ideally not at all.
Do I see him in the carriage, or?
There is a window that, as the carriage is slowing down, you are able to carefully open the door a crack just enough to be able to look up and see Reese Phillips, dressed as some kind of manservant, is... Yeah.
Excellent.
The bird invented.
That was around. He looks at you.
The 1860s, damn.
Fair, I suppose. Well, as much as it pains me to act as chained dog to them, it's out of my hands, and this is one party I would much prefer to not have to attend. Keep those spirits up, Miss Parrot. They'll serve you well. I certainly hope they do. And you can see that the carriage is now drawing up to this grand manor. It is lit intermittently by torches, but you can see wandering the ground there is the low down glowing eyes of countless beasts. And you hear a chorus of harmonious growlings of dogs as they eye the carriage, but do not approach. You are led out formally at the front door of this manor. Reese Phillips hops down himself and dusts himself off before offering to lead you inside.
She'll let him open the door, but won't like take his hand to like step down.
Suit yourself. A strong spirit is a very admirable trait, Miss Parrot. I do hope you keep that.
Am I to meet whoever holds your leash?
Well, that does tend to be the reason that folks get invited to the feast, or at least to one of the feasts. I would consider it a mixed blessing at best, however. Know
Just
this,
curious
that
if
I...
you fucking want you around.
Well, as much as I delight in being able to share these moments with you, I would say that I am not exactly... I'm not a useless asset to folks in need of more and less than human services rented. Unfortunately, being useful often means being in demand. And when you're in my business, you rarely, if ever, get to decide who the highest bidder that takes home your contract is. Believe you me, I want to be here even less than you do. But unfortunately, that's out of both of our control.
She rolls her eyes.
He thinks nothing of it. It's like, yeah, this is about what I expected. What would you like to do?
I guess I'll go in. I don't have any other choice.
Okay. You enter in, and it is a old estate. You're not quite able to pin down where the decor is from, but it certainly feels familiar. Not as if you have seen firsthand, but as if you have had a sense of what it is that you've seen before, this kind of style somewhere. It is grand, it is dark, it is split off into two passageways. One leads further off into the dark of the manor. The other, as Phillips opens it, is a large banquet hall. Do you enter?
Yeah.
Well, you enter in, and as you do, Phillips follows in, closing the door behind the two of you. Well, well. I believe your seat assignment is around here somewhere. I'm sure you're more than capable of figuring that one out for yourself, Miss Parrot. I won't deign to upset you with my presence any more than I'm required to.
Is anyone else in the hall yet?
Yes. You see a variety of people here. The table is not full by any stretch of the imagination, but there are a lot of people. A lot of those people are dressed in some amount of red. Could be as small as a red pocket square, as large as an entire suit or dress. A lot of the people have a sort of haziness to their faces. Like, you're able to look at their face and recognize, oh yes, this is a face that has two eyes, a nose, a mouth. But when your brain tries to assemble that all together into a solid idea of what they look like, you kind of draw a blank. Others are, you know how when you dream, the brain isn't really able to create new ideas of people whole cloth. The brain is only able to use people that you have actually seen before, or at the very least, a pastiche, a mosaic of parts of people that you have seen before. It feels a little like that. Again, there's this sense of static when you try to, in the moment, think too keenly about their faces, but you have a distinct, strong feeling that you know some of these people. A deep sense of familiarity. You know some of these people. The room itself doesn't offer much in the way of clues. It is at once grand and also in a state of decay. The wallpaper is ornately stenciled and painted upon and also peeling at the edges. There is a grand orchestra off in the corner playing classical music to set a mood, but the members all seem to stand there with listless, dead-eyed stares, bullet holes, noose abrasions, stab wounds, all things that could have and perhaps did kill them, and yet they still stand there and play on. You see, at the far end of the table, each of these seats have a little name card in front of them to make sure things are as they should be. And you see, there is none at the end of the table. There is, however, a very large, ornate chair that is currently empty, and a doorway behind it that is open and filled with a cloying pitch black that your brain struggles to imagine. It's as if you could think of the darkness that comes from covering your eyes, closing your eyelids, but it's darker than that still. It's as if you could somehow close the inner eye beyond that eyelid, and it is there. It is waiting, and it has yet to arrive. You do notice one other detail. At the table, you see a name card with your name on it. You also see several others, names you recognize. Names of people you've been traveling with now for a few weeks. Their names haven't been finished yet, though. Left incomplete in writing them. You also notice one person who you are able to process. That being not too far away from your group of unfinished adventurers' nameplates. You see one for Miss Antoinette Swan. She looks like she has an expression of stoic willpower in the face of adversity. You know, she looks somehow more predatory, more primally hungry. And you also notice that there is a very thick, heavy shackle connecting from her ankle to the legs of the table. She has not noticed you yet.
How close are our seats?
I would say they're perhaps 2 or 3 seats down.
I'm gonna go over to her.
All right. What do you say?
Parrot's like trying to not make a scene, knowing that a scene will make itself soon anyway. Those are the vibes. And she just kind of like leans her hip against her chair, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And just like in like a quiet conversational tone, not like quite whispering, but care to share what the hell's going on?
You see a moment on Antoinette's face where there is a flash of intense fear in the face of something beyond control. This is the face of a child that knows that they cannot avoid going to bed, but with absolute certainty, beyond anything else, knows that there is something waiting, that the darkness does not simply hide things from view. It isn't of itself something worthy of fear in that intense way that you only really get as a small child having to deal with something so unknowingly frightening and out of your control. You see that for a flash, and then she recomposes herself and she leans over to you. What are you doing here? You cannot be here. How did you get in here?
Fucking Reese Phillips brought me on a carrot.
He's no more able to act against it than I am. But I cannot explain what is going on here. I know I have not given you as much reason as I would like to say trusts me, but for your own sake, trust me, you do not want to be here if you can avoid it. There's still time, you can still leave. You see that she takes a steak knife from the table and without a second thought rakes it across her forearm, just veins split wide open, and starts squeezing her arm into an empty crystal glass. Drink.
Why?
A covenant does not like to accept a traitor back in, any part of a traitor, even their bloods. I can't protect you from what she decides to do, but I can at the very least give you some measure of control here.
Can I do a scrutinize roll?
Go for it.
And that's a 6.
Let's see. Let me roll either her bluff or her persuasion. You do not know which.
That's fine.
Okay. She seems sincere. This is a place that you can tell in the brief flash that you got that this is a place she is genuinely scared of. This is like the reaction of you have someone who is in control of your life, maybe a parent figure, maybe a teacher, maybe a boss. You have someone who you in some way, shape, or form have to answer to, and you know that whenever they get the chance to punish you, there will be absolutely nothing held back. And despite this, she is still trying to offer to act against that.
Do I have my pocket knife on me?
Yeah. This is not the kind of dream that you can fully defy, at least not at this point, but it is the kind of dream that if it's something that makes sense in the scope of the dream, then yeah, you would have it on your person with the outfit you're wearing, so sure.
Parrot looks her in the eye and like pulls out her pocket knife in a way that like only Antoinette could see, attempting to do so, and she's going to point at the shackle with the pocket knife.
What are you thinking of?
In a, like, want out.
Badly, but that's not a choice I get to be making right now. Besides,
How does
if
one
I get out,
subtly tell someone they have 2d12 lockpicking?
if you try to open that lock, she will know. And she will come here. And then there won't be a god's damn thing I can do to help you.
Parrot groans, knocks back the blood like a shot, and sits in her seat like a petulant child.
So, as you knock it back, you feel it's like a cold weight pulls down in your chest. Like, this dream threatens to completely whisk you away, to draw you up and out of yourself into something far bigger and more and awesome in the traditional sense of the word. This is something that literally inspires fear and awe. And this weight is, it's almost like it's helping to anchor you here. And as you sit in the seat, you feel a little heady, a little woozy, and you wake up.
Fuck!
Did you in the circus ever watch knife throwers at work?
Oh, 100%.
This is this is that same intimate feeling. Like, you know that if they wanted to, or if they had been just a fraction of a hair's breadth off, they would have killed someone. You feel like you have had that kind of close brush. But
Like waking up from a sexy dream before the good shit happens.
but you also feel like this connection, even if you don't use it to try and attend a feast, you can still use it for something. And so this is a new ability that you can mark down. It is supernatural in nature. It is technically actually a gift in the divine sense, so it would fall under that section of the
Yo.
arcane abilities. Blessed.
We got a holy roller over here.
It is a gift, which is just a passive effect that is always on, and it is called prophecy. Once per adventure, you can receive cryptic clues towards a question, a goal, some sort of endpoint in mind. Doing this may mean having to have additional close brushes with the master of the house here. I hope you liked your gift.
I love it. Thank you.
You're
You even
welcome.
wrapped it.
I know, I tried. It's the thought that counts, and I may not be good at math, but I sure am a thought that counts.
Hey,
Eh,
yo.
Anywho, we've got one more scene to cover as a group here, and this is a party. You know, this is us getting to kick back. This is Zenobia hosting that little celebration. So, set the stage for me a little bit here.
For the party?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd probably find out if there's just like not like a really nice place, but like a nice kind of like restaurant or whatever that we could just like like reserve a room in.
Mhm.
And just have it set up ahead of time. Get everybody dinner. They could all have like a couple rounds of drinks and stuff, and all they have to do is basically say it's from Zenobia, and I'll pay for it for them.
And what would everyone be doing at this kind of party?
I also make sure there's some kind of black pudding there for the laughs.
Excellent.
Yeah, Ezra, you know what? Ezra's going to eat it anyways.
All right.
I would. Zenobia would definitely ask Ezra if he would prefer his chilled.
Would you like your drink chilled?
No, one doesn't normally chill wine.
Creating the wine cooler in 1876.
I mean, why the hell not?
I just see Ezra going, we'll see about that. Invents wine coolers.
But yeah, Zenobia will basically kind of make it a pseudo surprise, and she'll be like, yeah, I want to talk about what happened today. I want you all to meet me here at this time. And then when they get there, she'll do hello and welcome everyone. I thought I would throw this little soiree for you all in celebration for your triumphs in the face of adversity.
What?
For helping with my particular little errand. I am deeply appreciative, and I wish to show my own hospitality to you all.
Out of character, guys. I don't want to be the only one that talks.
Yeah, I'm just trying to formulate like what.
Like, Ezra's very confused and a little speechless at the moment.
I've seen
I
to it. Sorry, Parrot.
I don't think we have a whole lot of excitement following what happened, but I will take alcohol.
You know what?
You can talk.
You know what? Sure. Sure, why not? We've earned this, right? That's something we did?
Absolutely. Excellent showing. Some of you, it might have been your first encounters with such denizens, and perhaps you got a little bit soft in the knees, but it happens to everyone when they have their first encounter, as she looks over at Scarlet.
They will look a bit uncomfortable with you directly addressing that.
She was there. But don't worry. It even happened to our fair Perota in times past. But the important part is that you stayed and fought, and in the end, we triumphed. And that is always the lesson you should take away. Any time that you can defeat these kind of adversaries, it is a moment of celebration. And I, for one, wish to see you revel in such excitement.
All right.
I've seen to it there'll be food provided to you, whatever you desire, and get you a few rounds of drinks. I'll just be having my little wine over here, don't mind me. I'm here to chaperone you all.
Well, it would be rude to turn down a meal.
Did you rent the room?
Of course.
And no one's coming in?
Not unless you want them to.
He holds up the bag.
Oh,
It's a fucking party now.
well, I would be a terrible host if I were to refuse one of our finest associates. Perhaps we could just set him up over here. And it's just like a couple of objects being put in the way of, like, if the door opens, it doesn't look directly at his head.
Yeah.
But there you go. Is there anything you would like, Dr. King?
Well, I could certainly go for a nice wine to start off.
Fantastic. I have a Pinot Noir here, as she pours a glass.
Wonderful. I imagine he's placed up in such a way that he can just kind of put his lips on the glass and go,
Ezra's going to help.
I'm just imagining like one of those really silly straws that has like 10,000 loops.
yeah.
Get out a baby bottle from the era.
That's incredibly demeaning.
I know, but it would work.
Also incredibly unsanitary.
I know, but it would work.
But yeah, Zenobia just having a party for you guys, and she'll just be in high spirits and just happy to hang out with everyone.
And everyone showed up. Parrot,
Yeah.
Scarlet, Ezra,
Yeah.
August,
Yes.
and
Scarlet will be
of
just
course,
kind of.
Vivian shows up as well.
Oh God.
She's off in the corner with a glass, raising it in a little toast to go with you.
Could other people see her?
I don't know.
Because last time, I was the only one in the car, so I don't know if other people
Well,
can see her.
I'll have
I mean,
y'all
if
make
a
a
new
cognition
person-
roll if you would like.
Yeah. If I see someone that I do not know in this room, I will be uncomfortable.
I mean, Scarlet would certainly be asking who they are and why they're here. Not them directly, mind you.
I'm not cognizant of shit
Mm,
ever.
This is some good shit you're drinking.
I
Just
already
straight
have
cognition.
a corpse reviver.
Oh my god, yeah.
Let's see, what did I roll? I rolled a 6.
Okay. And let me roll some dice just for the hell of it. So, the way that it is all partitioned off, like, you have the place to yourself, but there's also, like, off in little corners, there's, like, partitions, little folding screens, and she's positioned herself in such a way that you could possibly interpret it as people just aren't able to see her, like she's hidden from their view. It looks like she is doing the little finger gesture of over here.
Hey, listen. Zenobia will politely excuse herself from everyone else as she goes to look like a crazy person talking to herself. But that's par for the course, so.
I was gonna say, is that actually that unusual?
And the same prim and proper lady that you remember from the train ride smiles broadly as you approach. My dear Miss Zenobia Morgana Watley, it's so good to see you again. How have you
Vivian.
been?
It's been too soon.
Oh goodness, no, it's been precisely the right amount of time, I assure you.
Well, what brings you to my little celebration of the overcoming of adversity with my sacred band?
Oh, don't worry about it too much. I'm just here on business. I'll simply drop a few things off and pop right off. No need to worry.
Oh, splendid. Are you here to see your friend the reporter?
Oh, goodness. Did that Reese inquire about me? Oh.
He certainly made allusions to you.
Oh, it's such a dog. Alas, no, I'm not here for. I suppose that could be generously described as pleasure, just business. You see, she gestures to a envelope on the table. The circle is delighted to hear from your prompt reporting and looks forward to seeing what other manner of secrets and mystical knowledges you can obtain for them, as always. And I would certainly like to inquire as to how the gifts I left for you are getting on. The books, the box, perhaps.
The books have been quite educational. Certainly learning things about the old country and the denizens therein, as well as implications farther to the west that I do believe have room for further inquiry in the coming days. I know that my family and I do not always see eye to eye, and hopefully they could be dissuaded from some of their current machinations.
Well, I can certainly hope. I've known a fair few of your family in my days, and I will say, a colorful character, every one of them. Perhaps, if I were to say anything, they all seem to be quite strong-willed in their interpretation of the world about them. And you know what? I see a bright future for you, Miss Zenobia Morgana Watley.
Oh, how delightful that you would sing such praises for little old me.
I do hope you treat that girl well. I'll be checking in with her as well, I imagine.
She's truly delightful. It only took a moment to discern the relative core of her being, but we have made it this far. I think that we will become the closest of confidants.
Oh, well, that's simply splendid. Well, I'm afraid I must be heading off soon, but if I may offer a word of advice from someone concerned for your well-being, the sooner you are able to ascertain the contents of that box, the sooner you will be able to ensure the safety of yourself and your friends to a far more thorough and secure degree.
Yes, I do know how much you all love your little puzzles.
Oh, we
And
certainly do.
It's certainly given me pause, and now that I have a bit more time for such considerations, I think I should delve deeper into its lore.
Oh, good. Well, I've if you have no more use for me, Miss Zenobia Morgana Watley, I shall abscond and remove myself from your hair.
Until we meet again, Vivian.
Oh, you delightful rapscallion, you. I do hope you don't change that. And she gives a little chuckle as she rises from the table and starts heading through back through to the service entrance of the room. She rounds the corner and is gone by the time you go to look. The envelope is still there, however.
I will. Zenobia definitely watches her leave, gritting her teeth, and then once she's gone, just kind of sighs and rolls her eyes as she goes for the envelope.
Someday maybe we'll find out if she is able to be seen by other people. But today is not that
One
day.
day. She's just my invisible friend is a strong word.
Your glucose guardian. All right. So I think though that probably doesn't get your spirits down too much. You
No.
continue to have a roaring good time for the rest of the evening, and I think where we will leave off is the following morning. The following morning, you all rise and head down to the general eating hall for breakfast. And as you do, you see, well, rather you hear first a familiar voice. Yeah, that's them. They're the ones who helped with the ghost.
Oh
And
God.
you turn to see Curtis Deese, heir to
The
the
nuts
Deese
boy himself.
Nuts family fortune and aspiring journalist. He is directing a concerned-looking lady, and you can see also now that someone has been accompanying them as well. The woman speaks up. Hello, I'm terribly sorry to intrude here, but might I have a word with you? I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if there was a representative of your coalition or posse or a group or what have you that I should speak with, but might I have a word?
Who is she talking to?
The table at large at this point.
We're all having like breakfast together, presumably.
Okay, well, Ezra tends to take breakfast back, so he's probably waiting for breakfast to take back to Ambrose.
That works.
But yeah, okay. Zenobia?
Of course. How can we help you, miss?
Well, my name is Emily Bronson, and my family recently moved into a new home, which, goodness, I feel absurd saying this, but we believe may be haunted, and a friend of one of my sons mentioned that Curtis here may have been in touch with someone who quite efficient at this, and Well, I already have something of a consultant, a expert in the field of such unnatural goings on, but I figured, well, it would certainly be better of me to make sure I have not one expert, but as many as I can to deal with this rather unprecedented issue for my family. With her is the additional expert of the occult that she is referencing. Hazel, would you please describe your character?
Yeah.
Yay! And Hazel's not here.
Oh no.
Damn it.
I'm talking. I'm just
Okay.
muted.
We can edit out.
I've been muted the entire time today.
Oh
So
She's been here the whole time.
I really have, believe it or not. I've gotten up to pee a couple times. That's about it. So anyways, my character, she's got like medium to shorter length hair, that's kind of like kept up under their hat. Their physique is very, very like average, I guess. Like you could say just by looking at this character, they're pretty average, but that's that they're of the way they look. The only things that really stand out is in their hat is this long black feather, like longer than any like bird you have ever seen.
Fancy.
Like something like you would think it's almost fake, along with several really large teeth in the brim of their hat. They look worn but not dirty. They're like their clothes are very like worn. Like there's some scuffs and stuff in them. There's a little patch of dirt on their cheek that's just kind of dried. But they look like they travel a lot, but they're not like dirty. It's just worn. And I think the biggest thing that sits out on them is there's a small black cat on their shoulder, on their right
Baby.
shoulder.
Zenobia scowls at it.
You know that's a good point. Let me
Yeah.
let me take a look at Jinx's stats. I guess I'll. Oh my gosh, I guess I'll call this a guts check, maybe.
For the cat.
Yeah, because Zenobia has a thing where she is just preternaturally repulsive to most animals. Like they instinctively go into the fight, flight, frenzy, fear, freeze kind of reactions.
Yes, I'm
Okay.
cursed with animal hatred is one of my background things.
Okay, so how do I roll this?
Let's see. So I don't think we've put the stats for Jinxie in.
I think
Yeah.
Jinxie's stats are in.
Ooh.
Maybe I have to find Jinxie. There's Jinxie.
Nah, it
Those
doesn't
are
look
fate
like it.
chips. No, sadly we didn't know. But I do have all of her stats right here.
All right. Does you should see the guts for that, right?
It should be spirit. It's a skill under spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Spirit, deafness, Mian, spirit, guts. Okay, so I see the first two boxes.
All right.
So I just put her stats in.
Yes.
For gut?
So for now, at least, we can do this as as a manual roll. But let's see.
Well, which box would I put it in? Because she has 3. Because I've got 2 boxes. It's 0 plus 0 die.
I
Sorry,
think
chat.
so. All right. So the way it works is, so you've got your spirit score.
Yeah.
What is her spirit? Is it like 2d6?
3d8.
3d8.
Oh.
Okay, so her spirit is 3d8. I do
Okay.
not know if she actually has like the gut skill innately as a cat. I don't know
She's
what the
got
rules
three-
for your cat are. So
She's got 3 in guts, so I just need to know what box I
Oh,
put that in, I think.
So for now, we can just roll it using the
Okay.
slash roll 3d8.
Well, she has 3 in guts. Does that add anything?
no, so that's how many dice you roll.
Mm-hmm.
So on the actual character sheet where it says guts, that first box you just put 3, and the second box you don't put anything.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
And then you just click the d20 next to that, and it'll auto roll the guts skill for you.
So if I do that,
That also works. You could roll the 8 again, so roll another just single d8.
oh,
It's d20. You just click the d8 button. There you go. So you got a total of a 13 on guts. She is quite the brave little kitty.
Yeah, like
yeah.
if
was the
Jinxie has ill will towards Zenobia, she either has an incredible poker face or she just doesn't. It's hard to tell. She's
I honestly think, like, if I get a say in it, Jinxie just doesn't care. She's seen scarier.
Oh.
Don't say that to a Watley. We take it personally.
Oh.
That would be Jinxie. Jinxie just kind of like looks at Zenobia, licks
Am I
her
recognized as-
paw, and just does nothing.
Am I recognized as the Nut King by any of these people?
yes, absolutely.
All right.
You chose to be famous in St. Louis.
Oh, there's somebody famous.
Yes,
Yeah,
I mean,
Would I-
as a
know
collector,
of their
as a collector
tales?
of stories, yes, you would have heard tale of the Nut King, the man who single-handedly fed the entire stadium worth of attendance at the St. Louis Brown Stockings season opener of the baseball league that they have. Yeah, he bought
Look at
nuts
Oh, go
for
ahead.
over 200 people. It's
Okay.
him, Ezra the Nut King.
So just to describe this character, like, it's very hard to, like, if you care about gender in any way, shape, or form, you cannot tell what this character is. They
Okay.
look super androgynous. They're just like but yeah, there's the cat on their shoulder, they've got a backpack on, they've got a duster. Their underclothes look a little less worn, but the duster looks like super, like, it's seen travel. And they're just gonna look at Ezra and go, "Hey, I've heard stories of you."
Oh no, not you two.
Oh, sorry, but you were
No,
rude of me to not introduce myself. I am what people call me Vale.
Val.
Yes, that would be the name that I would like to be called, if possible. We don't need proper names. It's fine. But yes, ghosts. I am kind of familiar with them. Bit of an oddity those are. Think I've come across quite a few. What would you say? Oddities in my travel. But it sounds like you guys have seen more. Maybe?
Ezra
I don't
looks to Zenobia.
Zenobia just takes a sip of her coffee.
Because I would imagine that this person's telling me about, like, the tale of this group recently, right?
Yes, like this
Yes.
this happened within the week, basically.
So Vale will sit there, or Vale's. I would assume that we're standing because we walked in. Vale's gonna reach up under their duster, kind of motioning like they're reaching for a gun. So if that panics anybody, feel free to panic.
Ezra turns on his glove and slips his hand in.
And when she pulls her hand back out, it's just candy corn.
Ugh, how vile.
Ah.
I just take spite of it.
Huh.
So ghosts.
Perhaps we could finish breakfast and then, Miss Bronson, you could show us your home and inform us as to the extent of your potential avaricious activity.
So
After
you'll
you
take the
say
job?
breakfast, Parrot spits out her drink. What time is it?
Oh god. She's been here the whole night.
Vale will reach into what would be a front pocket but doesn't actually exist and pull out a fake pocket watch. It is because there's no actual watch and she's just kind of adjusting it. Oh, I don't know. I don't have a clue what the time is. I'm gonna be honest with you.
How about this? Miss Bronson and Vale, I will drop the miss or the mister. Respect your identity. Miss Bronson and Vale, perhaps you could tell us the address, and we could come there once we have finished our meal and had a moment to prepare ourselves for such investigations.
Yes, of course, of course. And she gives you the address. I would say that people could make an area knowledge Missouri roll, but I don't think anyone has that.
Literally,
so
no
it'd be
one
a
is
long
from
shot.
here. So.
Yeah. She gives you the address, and again, I can't thank you enough. It's such an absurd issue that we've run into that I just didn't know who to call.
Well, we will certainly be willing to hear you out and to at least do a bit of a cursory look into it. We see that you've already retained sound counsel. She looks at the dirty person came in off the trail with the cat on their shoulder.
Listen, I'm not dirty.
You are.
Well, you
slightly
did say
dirty.
you had
specifically
dirt
noted
caked
dirt on your
on.
face.
Okay, yeah, there's some dirt on her face.
But
It's like a smear across the cheek.
we could see what could be the cause of this. We weren't planning on staying in town much longer, but I think that the opportunity to delve to these potentially macabre motivations is enough to entice us to go to your particular dwelling.
Oh,
I don't have a job yet, so I would be available to take a scientific look at it.
oh yes,
He doesn't
please.
sound 100% sure about that, considering what he's been through this past week, but he wants to help.
How tall is Vale, by the way?
They're like 5'6".
Okay. Before you go, I definitely want to. Zenobia finishes her coffee and she stands up, and Zenobia's like 6'3". As she reaches out her hand to Zenobia Morgana Watley. Looks like we'll be working together.
Vale's trench coat, or not trench coat, duster is, the sleeves are a little short for her these days, or for the, yeah, whatever, these days, and reaches up to shake your hand.
Zenobia.
Her hands look completely clean. It's literally just the dirt on her face. Valerie, name to be determined. Last name to be determined.
You haven't reached that social rank yet. That's fine.
Yeah, I haven't.
Social link, go.
Well, yeah, and so Zenobia will she's gonna death grip your hand. Like, she doesn't seem to like be actively trying to, but she just like really does that squeezing hard on your hand thing as she looks down at your eyes and goes, I can't wait to learn plenty about you.
Oh, I love telling stories about myself and talking to people. It's great. It's great fun. You can learn a lot from somebody's stories that they have to tell. Right, Jinxie? And the cat just meow.
Oh, he responds.
I imagine like the Trigun cat. Meow.
Cat-shaped creature.
And when their hands separate, she's just gonna kind of shake her hand a little bit and go, "You got a pretty strong grip. You ever work in blacksmithing or railway construction?"
No,
No! What a
Alright.
ridiculous notion!
Well, that was strong grip. That's all I gotta say.
She
Blacksmiths
literally
have
does
really
the
strong grip.
Oja-sama fucking gesture with her hand.
All right. What was the person who introduced Vale? What's her name?
Emily Bronson.
Okay. So I'm gonna guess that they're gonna start walking out at this point.
Oh, yes. I mean, she's now expecting to have guests over, so she needs to get her haunted house in order.
As we're walking out, Vale's going to bring up about some of the folklore around here I was telling you about. So as they're trailing off, she starts to bring up like, there's werewolves down in like down closer to the bayou. I forgot what it's called. Oh, in the French Quarter, there's supposed to be these French vampires. Crazy stuff. And that's where the party no longer hears Vale afterwards.
By the way,
so there's
Val.
demons, but now I'm supposed to believe there's vampires.
By the way, Val, you know how at a certain point, as a storyteller, you got that sense. You know when something is big. You know, oh, this is big. This is huge potential.
Oh yeah.
As you are interacting with Zenobia, you get a strong sense of there is something that people write, not just stories, but legends about. And it is somehow in her possession.
There's just kind of like a twinkle in her eye about that. Not all stories are meant to be told, but all stories are meant to be learned.
It's a good philosophy.
So just because she learns a story doesn't mean that she'll repeat it. So I don't know where you want to move on from there or what you want to do.
Well, I think this is potentially a good point to wrap for today. We've gotten through everyone's love letter. We've been introduced to our new friend and consulting expert on house hauntings. And yeah.
Does anybody do anything with cryptozoology or anything with cryptids in the party?
Not in character.
Not like
Okay.
specifically.
Okay.
Ezra's just finding out that supernatural things are real and I can touch them.
Yeah, Zenobia is
sure
all
are.
about supernatural stuff. Like that's her forte. But she's not like, I'm a cryptid gal. She's like, I'm just a magic in general gal.
Well, I was hoping maybe the feather would pique somebody's interest.
I just assumed you were some kind of traveling pimp.
It is a thunderbird, the feather.
Oh.
Well,
that's why it's so big.
Oh, that is a reason. Ezra has no reason to know that, though.
Yeah, Zenobia might know that, but I have no reason to like think of that. You're just somebody I met 5 minutes ago who could be entirely full of shit.
But I think this is a good place to wrap up.
Yeah.
All right.
It's
so
late.
Thank you all very much. I know we went farther than we would normally go, but I really wanted to make sure, since I'm not gonna we're not gonna potentially be able to meet up again super soon, I wanted to make sure that I was able to give y'all your love letters and due attention.
Thank you, B.
My pleasure.
Thank you, B.
Going through again in reverse order here, starting with Obsidia. Just a
Yeah,
quick reminder. What are you up to? Who are you? Who are you?
who am I? My name's Obsidia. I play Zenobia Morgana Watley. You got to hear a lot of her tonight. I am also the DM of an upcoming Dungeons and Dragons campaign called Nexus Forlorn Legacy on my channel. Probably going to stream it. I haven't totally decided if I want to stream it or record it and upload it to the YouTube. But yeah, so I got that campaign starting next Monday. There's 4 different origin sessions for each of the different characters that have already been uploaded to my YouTube, and they are awesome. And one of my players is B, who plays an adorable autistic hobgoblin artificer. So you should come watch it.
Slaps my character on the back. I fit so much projected trauma into this baby. Alright. Next, as we're climbing up, a Tyrus. Is there a Tyrus with us?
Iris was also present this session.
We'll potentially jump back to Tyrus. Continuing up the ladder, though, a Hemlock.
Hello. I have been and will continue to be Hemlock.
I mean, yeah, that's your name. It says right there on the birth certificate, Hemlock.
Yeah. I am going to be streaming more learning Blender, which has slowly gone from a huge chore to kind of fun.
Ooh.
So there's going to be some of that, and if I may, I have been taking some sponsorships recently. So if you go
Ooh.
to my Twitter and you're interested in helping me out, it would be greatly appreciated.
And you definitely should. And then last but not least. Oh, wait, no. I was misreading. Hazel. Hazel, dear, please. Remind folks what you're up to.
Well, I am I'm still Hazel Dust playing Valerie, named last name to be announced.
Yeah, you don't need a last name, I guess.
I mean I'll have one at some point. I'm you can find me over here on B's channel as a moderator. I also do stream occasionally. I am a kind of variety gamer, stream whatever I want, and upcoming VTuber when I finally get my model.
Hell yeah.
And don't you have some sort of event coming up within next month or?
Within a month, within like a month and a half or so. I do the first weekend. It's daylight savings. I fall back. Yeah. Daylight savings day. I do a 25-hour live stream for the Children's Miracle Network through Extra Life. All money that is donated goes to the Galisano's Children's Research Hospital in Syracuse, New York. I had a cousin that was saved. She had cancer and was saved by them. So it's kind of my mission to raise money for them every year.
That's lovely. And Epitome, would you care to bring us on home?
Hi, I'm Epitome. I play Ezra King. I didn't have a mental breakdown today, so that's an improvement on the past couple weeks.
Hey.
Yay! I mean, in character, not in real life. That would be really sad, though. That does sometimes happen. It is the beginning of the flu shot season. It is still a little early, but if you can get your flu shot in like a couple weeks, get it in a couple weeks. If you don't think you'll be able to, get it now. It'll be fine.
Yep.
You'll be fine. Just get your flu shot. Thank you.
And I've
Yeah, I can
been
do that.
Beatrix Bunny. If you are looking for more of me, well, you already found my channel, so that's most of it. We also have the card, which has everything else, and business contact info for commissions, Discord, because I love staying in touch with the community wherever I can. Twitter, where it's a hot mess that I post schedules, arts, and whatever else I feel like. And YouTube, where VODs go. And Epitome, can you do something for me?
What's up?
I want you to give me the full parent that is incredibly viscerally disappointed with me if I do not upload more of my backlog by the end of this weekend, by the calendar end of this weekend.
Okay, so by Sunday?
Yes.
And not by tomorrow?
Not by tomorrow. That's not the end of the weekend.
I know, but you said the end of the week at first.
Did I? I thought I said, well, regardless.
You said week and then weekend.
Yeah, man, that's how words work. The week is in weekend.
Yeah.
It's too late for me to be thinking this hard about this. But yes. Anyhow, I'm thinking there probably won't be a stream tomorrow. I really wanted to round out the week, but I'll be honest, I'm feeling still pretty rough. I think even though I'm on the mend from this cold, it would still probably be best if I just give my voice something of a day off. So
and you just got 2 vaccines today, and that's gonna make you potentially feel sick.
Haha. Yeah.
Yeah, Missy, you should go rest.
Everybody's weakened for the weekend. That's a good one, Absurd Bird. Alright, let's see. Well, first off, for those of you who are watching this over on the VODs, which hopefully these will eventually see the light of day, make sure to take care of yourselves, and on these dusty old trails, be rootin', be tootin', by God, be shootin', but most of all, just be kind. And happy trails to all of y'all.